averages, we might just go an hour and stop. Maybe it won't be enough even. I need these averages now. I need these fucking averages. Literally 91. On my end it says 73. On my end it says 73. I don't know. I'm nervous. It's okay. It's okay. If it doesn't work out, it's okay. Is that the handsome Mr. Cuz? Yeah, it's me. Thanks, babe. You bringing me some Cheez-Its? Take care, yo pants? I'm not taking care of my pants. I'm not taking care of my pants. Okay, guys. Pushing on the wall. God, be careful. I'm not gonna murder.
Hello. This is not what I wanted to play. I wanted to play my top 2025 song. Oh shit, this is the top song I have. Ooh, this is from my taste profile. Damn it. That's cause we played Digital Dragons. We'll play the next one. Alright. Hello. Hello everybody. I am well EP. But we got games to play today. Games to play today. Boop. Let me see where Collab chat. Okay. EB is muted as a mood. I love you, Andrea. I'm so glad we're friends. By the way, I'm happy we're friends. You're so cool. I like being friends. What? Oh boy. I'm just gonna turn these all off for now. Hi, Kiwi. I forgot. I have to do a source clone. Is this the TV screen? The source, the main clone. Where is it? Desktopy? Desktopy. Very nice. Kiwi, you got the coal of Krampus. Got the coal of Krampus. This no longer exists. I had so much done this morning. Hello, Rhino. Chroma key. No, that's not the one. Whoa! I haven't gotten snow yet. I want snow. Give me some. Give me some. We're bunnies that were jumping over trampolines. I don't have the mask for this, I think. I don't know where I put the mask for this. This makes a lot of sense. Hold on. I gotta remove some songs. Can I remove it playlist? Save song, add to queue, hide song? Oh. Hide song, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, I need to grab Uber Lite. I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. Oh, so I should have it then. I guess not. It's been pretty good, not gonna lie. I'm glad. You deserve it to be good. Let it take me, be on my way. How long can I stay in a place that can't? Today we'll be playing Mimesies, which I have to download. I have to download it. I forgot. We've been doing a lot this week. We'll also play some Cast and Chill today, I think. Let me install this so I can play it. Been looking at motorbike gears because I miss my mom and I ain't ready for a reunion yet. Smart. Very fair. That is a crazy joke. The more seconds I think about it. TV screen. Yeah, it'll just have to be like that. Right? Yeah. Oh, but I want to put a filter on it. Because it already looks a little fisheye, but I want to 3D effect it? What does this do? Oops. Okay. Oh, it downloaded. You now have 4 out of 8. Yippee! Scroll, sharpen, spout filter. No? What was the thing I'm looking for? I don't remember. 3D effect, chroma key, color correction, color pop pad. Hi, Mew! How are you? Let me know if you want me in there early or anything. User defined shader, that's what I want. Load shader. I'm glad. Cartoon cell shader, chroma UV, circle shader, circle mask, clock digital, anytime. I will join at 3. That's kind of my plan, so that way I can I can get a little bit of stuff done hopefully before I get in there. Ooh. CRT curvature. CRT. Oh god, that is a lot. Eternity, science to learn to be. That's good. I'll be starting soon by then, so perfect time. Awesome. Yeah, you take your time. Also, it'll give me a chance to see if there's a like a tutorial or anything. I can go walk this world alone. I want like a TV. I thought this was the one. RGB. TV, CRT, VHS, VCR? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. No one I feels like any. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Vertical shit? Okay. I don't think that's the one I want. VHS. It's not exactly what I want either. Change anything. Okay. Huh. That is not what I wanted either. Let me look it up. Hell that I go home. It's a long goodbye on the other side of the only life I know. Fuzzy, yeah. I want to do like a old TV screen because it's supposed to represent like the old boob tube screen. User defined shader OBS. But I don't know which one it is that I want. I think I can mix them. I think I can have like multiple of them to make the one that I want, maybe. CR vignetting. Shader zoom blur. Not limited to. Do they have like all the examples? 3D panel. Oh, this one has a 3D panel one now. Huh. ASCII chromatic aberration. Halftone. Perlin noise. Scan lines. I thought it was the TV CRT subpixel that I liked. Behind. Pixel height, pixel width. When we dance on the edge of a night. Vignetting. I think I should make my own then. Yeah, so let's do. Let's see, we're gonna start with. Let's see. Hello, pixels. I guess I'll start with the scan lines. Shine. See, so scan line shader. I don't know. Old CRT TV screen. Come on over so it's like horizontal. Animate. Yeah. Let's add another one. Load shader. I want a chromatic aberration, I think. But not that hard. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just keep the scan lines in. I kind of want the CRTV one, though. Hey, look at you, 5 out of 8. Maybe I have to lower it. I'm lowering it. I'm lowering it. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. It's only the 3rd day. Is this the 2nd day of us having it? Hold up. Holding. Fire, flip, fisheye, glow, gradient, halftone, heat wave, matrix, pie chart, opacity shader, repeat. Color grade, cut, curve, density. Anything changes, you could drop the rares by like 1 down to 11. Okay. Look at you, 6 out of 8 now. CMT curvature shader. Feathering. Well, that's interesting. It's like affecting everything around it. I have no friends, not anymore. Sounds good. There's nothing I can do about it. Fair, you are 6 out of 8. You're in the lead. Down to 11. Not these guys. Not you, 654. 11. Whoa, look at that streak. That's a big old streak. I really want like one more effect. It's the noise. I want a noise effect. Perla noise, simple noise. Ooh, Jesus. Bigger streak. Is that what? That what I think it is. Speed horror inverted speed iterations. White noise. Is that a deadly sloppy mount? This is not what I wanted. I want like a grain. Yeah, it kind of looked like him. That's what I was curious. There's no grain. Smart denoise, a shader that denoises your noisy video. I want more noise. Fuck. I don't even know what it would be called for this. Alpha border, add shader, 3D transition, background, remove. Blend cartoon, cel-shaded, chroma, circle mask, clock analog, clock digital, Nixie. What happens if I click this? What happens? Oh, it turns my screen into. Whoa, that's weird. Color depth, color pin, COG curvature, curve shader, cut rect, cylinder shader, darken shader, dead pixel fixer. These are some of his best. The rest are just full meme. I do like that the last two. I do like those a lot. Doodle. Ew, 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 ew. Hexagon, heat wave, halftone, gradient, glow, glitch analog effect. Scanline shader. Hi, Fruit Bat. How are you? Really don't think this is what I want either. Maybe I'm looking. No. Oh, another Krampus one today, huh? Fisheye. I need to go to the restroom. No, that's not what I want either. Perlanoid page peel, pie chart pixelation, polar pulse, rainbow, rain window, RGB visibility, repeat texture, repeat, remove partial, rotation effect, rounded rectangle, shake, selective colors, C6, C-shape, scan line, rounded stroke, thermal, TV CRT, subpixel, zoom blur. None of these have like the noise that I want to add, but I think it'll be fine if we just leave it like this. Okay, I gotta go to the restroom really quick because I forgot to go to the restroom before we started stream. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna upload some videos. Because I need to upload some videos here, which I'll just do that really quick now. Napoleon isn't short is the one I want for this one. That would be this one. Okay, I'll be right back. My very warm heated blanket. And I'm just cold. It's gonna be this one. This one. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I gotta make this. And I gotta hide this. And then I gotta paste that and be scared because for some reason it showed blank for a second. It spooked me. The English, don't do that. Public, publish. Publish! Okie dokie, I need to take my meds for today. My meds for today. Oh. Flaming Eyes 245, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy it here. We're just vibing, chilling, hanging out before we play games with friends. Shit. Okay, so this one, and then this one, and then, 23 can go here. 25, that's correct. Cool. And then we're gonna go over here. And we have the stars that we'll likely do today, and then I'll just put roll for fun if I'm in the mood for it. There's those two. Okie dokie. Ooh. Why are these underlined? Save. Coolio. And then this one and this one are uploaded, but the VOD is not, which I have to do now. Highlight? Did I do that for today? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Boop, 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 boop. December 7th. I did that one. This one. Yep, and video editing. Art stuffs. I think. I don't remember really, be honest, what we did yesterday. We tried look at making another font, which I decided I didn't want to do. Up like someone's lyric for the good times. And the roses and the landmine. Be there and been on the date. Words will I cry into the baseline. I mean, I like Prada, devil in my details. Save. Oops, I forgot to change this actually. I'm gonna change mine. Back to me. Stick to me, I can't remember. Beside me, but you feel nothing. Very nice, very nice. You now have 3 out of 8 as well. Very nice, Kiwi. Yes. And also delete this. Yes. Okay, for living time in the limelight. Guess what I get for living in hindsight. Alright, the 26th. And I understand. VOD's upload 25th, 26th. To me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. Falling free of a violent caramel. We take this guy, we put him in here. Like bitter over it all. Learn to retaliate like before. I got off early too. Does this mean you get to watch me play Mimes, Big Brother? Big Brother, Big Brother, are you going to be here on Sunday to watch? Sorry, I'm like in a gestury little sister mood today. You gonna be here to watch One Piece movies on Sunday? Because I know you're going out on Friday, but I didn't know if that also meant you're gonna be gone this weekend. My hands are so cold. Yes! Yes! Yay. But no sweat if you need to go take a nap too. You turning your underwear is actually true. You eat enough carrot juice and you'll appear. Wait, really? Be used for alternate tanning beds. Thank you for watching. Should be home Sunday. We'll be in Denver Friday and Saturday. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Hi, Shams! I'm excited to play a game. Hope you're excited. Boop beep boop boop bop bop beep boop beep boop beep bop beep bop. Weird myths you enjoy to talk about? Okie dokie. Okie dokie. My hands are so fucking cold, chat. My hands are so fucking cold. I gotta download this. I'm excited. Good. I'm excited too. I know nothing about the game. I will know more in like 5 minutes as I make sure I have everything uploaded. Say if I can killed. Check reception. Oh my, oh my love. Oh my god, the yarn came in for Fishmas, guys, and I'm starting to crochet like the real, like, cause like I was crocheting last night and I was like doing like, I was trying to do it with dark green yarn, but it's kind of hard to see when you use dark green yarn because it's hard to see, like, I just think I didn't have good lighting for it, to be honest. Hold on, I want to check something because I don't know if my audio is being routed to the correct spot. And if it's not, I have to make a note of where to do it. Okay, it is not being routed to the correct spot. Okay. But I started crocheting because I want to make an example fish. Or, well, at least, like, I want to make a fish so that way when I give you guys fish, they'll be, like, pristine. Like, I'll have made fish. Because the first example test, let me tell you what, it was something. And I stopped midway and I was like, I gotta change this. Fish, yes. For those of you who don't know, we'll be doing, on the 18th, I will be, hosting Fishmas, where if you gift 5 subs, I will crochet you a plush fish that will look like this, but you can have it in any color you want, and I'll make like a Google Doc about it so you can give me your address and I'll pay for shipping. Will Elaine lose money on shipping? Most definitely. But that's not the point. The point is I want to give you guys something nice. Okay, cable VB audio out. Cable. There we go. Cable. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Cable. Okay. Wavelength. System browser. The Brave. Something so loud. The ordinary. I mean, if they small enough, just slip them bitches in an envelope. I was thinking I could do like a little paper envelope thing, but it depends because I know some of my viewers are not in the U.S. and I still want to be able to give you guys the opportunity to have those. Okay, I need to make note that so browser. Huh? Yeah, I'm having this weird thing though where when I restart my computer, the inputs change back. Cable input. VB. I think to the wavelength stuff. Even though I don't have the wavelength, like I removed them. Like they're not here anymore. I'm so busy. Don't tell me why. That's okay. I can just change them. I just got to make a note. Wife, should I try using a model or a PNG today? You could be whatever you want to be, but if you think it'd be fun to be like a little moving on the screen, you can. And if you want, we could do like a video ninja thing if you want. Otherwise, I don't think you have the DLC, do you? You don't have the VTube Studio. You don't have the VTube Studio thing, right? It's like a... fuck is it called? I would have to be Chonky model because I would feel really bad making you load my model. I don't think I have that one. Can I gift it to you? Remove watermark multiplayer. Want an early birthday present? Early Christmas present? I'll make you a fish too, don't worry. Or we could do it through Video Ninja. It's up to you. I think Video Ninja would take less resources for your computer if we did it. I keep getting Krampus. You do keep getting Krampus. Are you secretly Krampus, Fruitbat? Okay. Let me make sure that my other things. Let's try Video Ninja first. Okay, dokie. To know spend money. Okie dokie. I'm trying to think. My brain is thinking. The only thing I'd have to green screen myself, right? I can just do that now. Hold on. Let me green screen myself. You're gonna get flashbang chat, and I'm sorry. Actually, will you? No, but my shadow will be... Hold on, I can turn that off. Then could I do my models, filters, chroma key, okay. Green. Oh. Is it the fit? Where did I put the paint stuff? Where did I put my paint? I have a paint toggle, I thought. Secret of the Climbers. I thought it was pretty obvious, not a secret, but you're a... Is Krampus a bat? I don't... The Krampus doesn't have wings, though, does he? Does he? Sorry, I don't mean to whisper in your ear. I don't know what that is. No wangs? Okay, I didn't think so. I can make a thing for this. Maybe something like. I wanted to like. Similarity. Ooh, could I? No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just curious how it works it with. Good. I have time beforehand. Because for you, it'd be a lot. Oh, wait, does not work? Yeah, no, that works. Yeah, that's not the worst. I just want to be able to toggle my paint off. That's the biggest thing, because I don't have that as a thing on here. Create new expression. Select. Yeah, I'll do that now. Hold on, go away. Video ninja. I have to make a new one. And I'm too fucking dumb. Paint. 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 Save. Done. Paint. Set. Paint. Do we do? Oh, I want to be in here. This one. What is this? Oh, got it. Refresh, paint. And now this should just toggle this off. There we go. And then I will go back to this position. And I can create a room. Boop. But no, there it is. The guest can see. Whoa. Is this different? Create a room. Add camera to Obis. I think it would be create a room. I guess that's not secure though, huh? Mime. This collab. Oh. Guess hear each other. How do I add my camera? What is this? What is this? I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Ooh, I have to do this on the other computer. That makes sense. I don't feel I ignore. Where is that? Oh, it's in here, isn't it? It's not gonna affect. YouTube studio camera. No audio. Boop. Okay, let me give this to Miu so that Miu can have it. I ignore. And now I have to be confused because I'm on the wrong computer again. There we go. Too much, I can feel it. Okay, then I gotta do output. Put device. Speakers. Desktop. BB. Audio. Voice meter. VIO. Input device. Voice meter out to mic. That's the same thing where it's dash audio voice meter bio. Hold it back. It is so cold in my office right now. Yeesh. Okie dokie. And then I should go through default. Okie dokie. So too much. December 1st. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Dreaming some more like us. Let's do a note. Do a note. Make it 6. And I'm just gonna make this smaller. So I can have it for later. And I don't have to save this, and I can close this, and I save this, and I can close. Yeah, that's all good. I just gotta do a live now. So cold. Colder than my shoulder, than you making me alone like you do. Like you do. Oh my god. Aww. I thought I lost my No, don't be a goober. My cat's being a goober now. I thought I lost my phone charging cable. That's on my desk, but I just put it somewhere else. Mimesies more like a fun Mimesies more like me and my friendsies. Hi, it's too cold out. My hands were locking up. On God, mood. That's how I feel right now. My hands are so cold. You're such a nerd. Why am I a nerd? What the fuck, Lemons asked? You're a nerd. Link at. There should be a link at the top of the video ninja screen. If you have it set up already. Like I could barely move. Damn. No, it's been a long time, but I had to say that after you typed that tweet. Fair? Squisho mode, you got it, champ. I don't know why it doesn't do it automatically, but I'll fix that later. I'm so big. I'm so big. BLT's got to scoot over there. It's also better for the green screen capture, actually. Have a little controller. A little controller. Stream Twitch. Live now. Me and ice cream, nothing else could feel right. Okay, gotta open the game. I have to open the game. Hello, lady ice. Give me the boop. I'm ready for the boop. I'm ready for the boop. You guys like my wallpaper? Ah, goober. Ha. Okay. Oh, my hands are so fucking cold. Oh, Raylu Games. This should go through here and here. Yes, settings. Wavelength. Voice activation is fine. Just turn this down a little bit, turn this up a little bit. Windowed full resolution. Why are you at such a low resolution? Desync on. Can I keep that? No 2K? Oh my god, look, it's so cool, Fofa. Thank you. Here's my oh, I did the add camera to open. I do that to in a separate tab, but I can. Let me look up Video Ninja. Video Ninja, because I don't know how to do the rooms. Let's go! Let's go! Look at that streak. Oh, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things in this. I don't know what I'm doing. I was so cold. Chat, I'm dying. It's too cold. Close. Neutram 1. Oh shit, it's me. Repair complete and operational. How do I invite my friends? Copy, invite. Oh, invite friends. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go and do chat with Miyu, so I will be right back, and then we'll be ready to play Bimesies.
I guess I'll change the background back from green. Back.
Whoa,
Hi.
you're so loud.
Whoa, I gotta turn you down now.
So loud.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah. Come here.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Alright. Gotta turn you down a little more. Fucky wucky things, because it says I have to. Hide that.
Oh,
You
you
guys-
have a little Mewtwo.
Why is that
Yeah.
doing that? Because you guys are supposed... That one, that one. I want that one. This one needs to go to... Oh no, this one needs to go to the there we go. Wait, can you guys say something?
Oh.
Okay, cool. Turn you guys down on stream.
Shams, go be a little guy.
Gotta be a little guy.
Be a little
Yeah,
guy.
you gotta be a little guy.
Yeah, this couch is reserved for little guys only. Perfect.
I'm looking up at Sunny like, oh.
Whoop! I made Shems upside down.
No,
Fine.
no,
Shems is
fine.
required to be smaller than Ghost, so Shems is gonna be a little guy right there.
no.
Okay, and then
This is not lore accurate.
I am not looking at the
It's not
screen
more
right now.
accurate.
There are more important things to look at. Turn me around, Sunny. Turn me around.
Okay. I'm on the wrong computer again. Fuck. Okay. All right. Hopefully, I got that working. I got everything working. Hopefully. Chat, if anything sounds bad, I'm so sorry. I'm trying.
We are all trying.
Mm-hmm.
Sunny,
Life is so
Sunny,
pretty.
flip me.
Flip you, we already flipped.
Flip my Fuji. I
Why do I need to
know.
flip
I
your
want to
Fuji?
look at you.
Oh, okay, hold on. I got you. Give me 1 second.
I'm totally not forgetting the buttons I have to click to do the thing.
Be looking at you on both streams.
Don't. I almost click raid channel because it's the same color as stream together. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Okay.
Get to my Fuji's.
Start shared chat. Invite guests.
Oh, I sent you a
need
link.
the link. Oh, you did? Okay. I'll just.
Yeah, I got it for you.
Thank you.
Here goes. I'm just gonna put you over here. I'm separating you from Shems.
Okay.
Session. Pin.
I mean, I get to be bigger again.
No,
No.
you're a little bit.
You're still a little guy.
Okay. All right.
Who's gonna be our hoster?
I can host. I can do the hosting.
Okie
Invite my friends. Bam. Bam. Oh, one more.
Oh,
Bam.
oh.
I need to pause the music. I'm overstimulated, chat.
There we go. I moved me over a little bit. There we go. Sorry, I might have missed you up. I moved. Oh no, I moved myself on OBS. Not the thing.
Whoa.
Oh, the sensitivity is so low. Let me turn that bad boy up.
I have food. I think I might go put it in the microwave.
I just ordered some colovers.
My brother made like
Culver? What
Alfredo
did you
mac
get
and
from
cheese.
Culver's?
Whoa.
Some chicken tenders.
Some
I want chicken tenders.
Cool.
Turn my
I
brightness.
will deliver you some. It will be there in 31 hours.
Thank you, thank you.
They
That's
have
better.
ice cream. Can I have some ice cream?
Are we using in-game or are we using Discord?
We can use in-game. I think in-game.
Okay. Turn my thing down then.
Make sure Miu's all good, and then I'll turn my stuff down.
Okay, I can hear you. Shem, say something.
Yeah, let me
Something.
turn off my.
I can hear you. Sunny, say something.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, I can hear everybody.
Okay. Okay, Miu, you all
You
good
can
if
see
I
your feet when
mute
you
in
look down.
Discord?
10 out of 10 game.
Waiting to hear what.
Oh, wait. Hello?
Oh, there we go. Hi.
Hello? Okay, cool. Wait, I can't. I don't know who's who.
I'm next to you.
Okay. Are you using the right microphone, Miu?
Or it should be. Hold on. I might have to change it. Oh yeah, I have to change it. Hold on. There we go.
Okay. There you go. That's my crispy wife. Cool. Look at
I
that
had
dog.
changed it before I opened the thing, but it like reset. So I had to fix it.
Look at that, the dog. Look at that, the dog. That's really good. That's a good quality dog. You can buy things. We have. Oh, you bought the thing.
I bought the puppy.
You bought it. You
I
bought it.
don't know
Wait,
how
wait.
much money I have.
Oh, we collectively have $85.
I bought a puppy. Sorry, guys.
That's you.
Oh, Mike, did
Look,
did
there's
you
a
click
shop.
the link to share chat? Or did I not have that on? Did
I
not
think
have
you
that on?
need to start it. I think you need to start it.
Oh, I do.
There you go.
It's been a
Let's
hot
go.
minute.
My bad. Why did you stand so close to me?
I was looking. Are you buying?
I am
things?
clicking all
I'm
the
buying
wrong
things.
buttons, chat.
I don't know what any of the buttons are.
I don't know what any of the buttons are either.
Nah, we going into
Guys,
the
you're
shop.
spending
It's
all our
okay.
money. We have to. You can save progress. Oh, we can save progress. Very cool. Do you guys want to go? Shall we go?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go.
All right. I think we go. All right. Yep.
I'll remember the current funds $55.
Unused funds will be.
Oh, we gotta
lost.
repair. No repair needed. Okay, we
Oh,
just
where'd
gotta
it
get on.
go?
Just everybody gotta get on the bus. Everybody gotta get
Yeah,
on
we
the
all
bus.
have to get in. Come on.
Everybody on the bus. Don't be late.
We all look the same. Is there any way to change what you look like?
I don't know. The loading screen's cute. I don't know. I don't.
That's part of the intended thing.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
sure it's
like.
supposed to be like mimics.
Yeah, there are mimics in
We're not
here. Like
supposed
this
to be able
game
to
is
play
all
it.
about perfecting
Ooh,
mimics.
7 stream streak, let's go.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm about to post a really long
Oh.
message because I forgot to make my pinned message.
Hazardous factory or contaminated factory?
Let's do contaminated.
There's less money at the contaminated.
Well, you can ignore that long message, sorry.
No problem. No problem.
Wop.
Gotta lurk, but I hope you have a fun night. Thank you, Princess Buttercup. Thank you.
Hi,
Go
Princess
out.
Buttercup.
Where the money
Where the money at?
I don't know.
I stay here with you.
We gotta go to the house. No world map. Who are you people? Well, it's my friends. My most collabed friends. Here's the house. Wait, am I going the wrong way to enter this house? Or it's a contaminated center, right? I'm having radiation? Wait, do we go this way? How do we get in? I've lost everyone already. I'm lost. Oh, wait, is this the place? Oh, I think this is the place. Oh, I think I went the complete wrong way. Cool, I went the complete wrong way. Oh, man, it's got the loading enter like Lethal Company. Some boxes. Hello? Whoa. Oh. Detox juice? You need an item to exchange. It is dark as balls. Hello? Oh, hello.
Hello.
Wait, what? Penis
What
are
did you do?
bad. What? I guess we'll go downstairs. I don't know what that says. I only found the loudspeaker. I did. You can charge electronic devices. There's a bad man. There's a bad man. There's a...
Oh.
No, open it, open it, open it, open it, please, open it, please, open it, please, open it, please, open it, please. Close it, close it, close it.
Why? What's in there?
There's a bad man. There's a bad man, and it killed Shems. I think. I don't know.
It is.
He's
oh.
wait. Shems?
What's right there?
Do you see the man?
It's over here.
I don't trust that. That's Shems. I don't trust you.
Oh,
It's
there's a
not
mimic in
Shem.
here.
Oh. Oh.
Hello?
Nope, 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 nope. We need loot. Where did the fuck is the loot? Flamarion, thank you for the vibe check. Where's the loot? What are we doing here? Friends? Companions? Hello?
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 Elaine? Hi, Elaine.
Yes, hi.
don't know what I'm doing. I'm just walking around.
Same. Where's all the loot?
I don't know, man. I was just in this room. I walked backwards.
I think I did.
Backwards? Where are we, bro?
I don't know. I'm so scared. Why is there a monster already? We don't even know what we're doing.
There's a monster?
What do you... Yeah. Yeah.
What you
Oh, I
mean,
found something.
monster?
Found a spray bottle.
Oh.
It sprays. Huh? Huh?
Uh,
Are you real? Are you real? Are you
Do
real?
both of you guys have dogs? Little doggy?
No, I have spray bottle. Elaine will have a
There's-
spray bottle.
There's two of you running around, Ghost. It's
Yeah.
kinda
Yeah, there's two people with doggo. Yeah, they'll mimic your behaviors too. Is Miu? Is
Miu's-
Miu?
scary. Miu might be dead. And a giant monkey came up and grabbed her and dragged her down the hallway.
wait, where? What?
Down in the main hall, like down in the main entrance.
Woo!
That's
What did
I have a spray bottle. I have a spray bottle.
Oh my god, he's right there. Does anybody?
Oh, I'm so confused and so lost. How are we gonna leave?
Like clips of your voice?
sorry.
Ow.
Sorry.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hey guys.
It's Elaine, go to the hallway.
You guys, why don't you hit him with your bat, dude?
I want him to
like it.
grab me.
Yeah, but you're the, like, okay, well, one of you has to hit him, because I don't think a spray bottle is gonna do shit.
How do I put down my little
I don't-
doggy?
Press G.
What did you do?
Whoa!
Oh, how'd you do that?
What? What was
How'd you do that? What was that? Is that the monkey?
Take my little doggy.
Oh, there's a little guy.
Kitty cat!
I can't pick him up though.
What? Rockstar's a little quiet.
God.
Oh, I can.
Oh my god.
Oh
is
yeah,
it-
no,
is
it does take your voice. Oh my god.
I don't like the monkey. Oh. Oh. Ow. 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 What?
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Yay, it's Elaine and me. It is. Hold on, let me turn up the main PC stuff. I'm on the wrong computer. I'm on the wrong computer. Chat, help me.
Who this?
You guys real? Sunny?
Who this?
Yeah, I'm real.
Wait, which way did they drag Sunny? I'll go check.
They went down this hallway over here.
I go get her. We go get her.
You.
No! What?
Is there a tutorial? I
fuck.
feel like there's
like
a
3 of them down there.
Oh, no, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. We gotta
That
go.
was my new hug.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Indie.
Hey,
I don't know who's real. I don't know who's real
I'm
anymore.
real.
Are you real?
Where's Ghost? Oh fuck, did she fall for the mimic?
I don't know. Dude, I don't know what we're supposed to be doing. I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like there was a tutorial that I missed.
It's like Lethal Company.
Yeah, but how are we
uh,
supposed to do anything if, like, the first thing we get is a death? Oh, wait. Where did these come from?
I grabbed him. I brought him here.
Oh. Where's current
Ghost.
time? Auto departure toxicity. Yeah, we shouldn't have come here. Scrap value. I can't wait for you to see the
My
goose. What is that?
doggy.
No.
I'm so hurt. I'm out. I'm so hurt.
Can we leave?
Yes. But he just immediately died. I feel bad.
Ah, you did die.
She went AFK for a second to like fix the tree. I was trying to protect her because there's another mimic in there that was trying to grab her. And then I just see the monkey run down the hall and grab her.
How are you doing that? How are you dancing?
Press
It's the
one.
buttons and stuff.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
But yeah, no, I was trying to fix the audio because I forgot to add the game cap, like the game sound. And Big Monkey Man had grabbed me, so I was calling him Monkey Husband.
Okay.
Yeah, and he like grabbed me twice, and so he killed me.
You guys have a preference on where we go?
Anyway.
Nope.
Ooh, thank you for the watch streak. Okay, well, I guess we'll go to the hazardous one. Maybe that one won't have like. Maybe it'll just have monsters. Gotta put stuff in the toilet for money. Put stuff in the toilet for money.
Oh, the toilet at the very beginning.
Oh.
This is
Okay,
the same
at least we can see with this one. We can see.
It's the same one. We could it's just daytime. Very nice, very nice. Is it gonna still be light in here, or is it just gonna be black? Ah, it's still dark.
It's still dark, yeah.
Good, I hope so. No, excuse me.
Let me open the door.
Where's Miu? Hey
I'm
Miu.
here.
They went that way.
I'll follow you.
Okay.
Wish there's a flashlight. It's dark.
It is dark. There's stuff to be opened. Okay. I feel like there should have been a tutorial. Or a guide?
Yeah. Oh. Bedroom.
Red room.
Hi, Batsy.
Whoa. Whoa. Did you hear that? What is that?
Oh. It's that. Oh. Okay.
Weird. Loot is rather sparse in this game.
Yeah. It's gonna blow, but not in blue.
Oh, I found something. A lucky doll. Do you want a lucky doll?
Okay.
I like the blind playthrough. It makes it more funny moments. That's fair. That's fair.
Oh,
But I
look,
would
there's
like.
seats.
Oh, toilets. Oh, okay. I mean, I would like some sense of direction.
Yeah. Oh, a shoe. I got a shoe.
Oh, is it stinky? The frying pan. I got
What did you do?
What? Shems?
I think Shim's put on a speaker system.
I hope it wears off and it's really funny.
Yeah, I know. It's on my end. Oh, I think it's wearing off. You laughed at
Oh,
me for a
yeah, it
second.
is. Cool.
Oh, okay, there it goes. Can we do it again?
Huh.
Aw, you gotta charge. Okay, you charge that. Could you? Okay. No.
Okay, well, we got some loot, which is good.
Yeah. Oh, look at the chicken.
Oh, I love that chicken. Is it that
Look at the
chicken?
chicken.
Little chicken.
I don't know whatever beeping in
I
there.
don't
but we're
know. That
fine.
beep. The beeping scares me.
Yeah.
Can we take this? Oh, I can't take that. Okay.
What the fuck?
This is very confusing. I feel. What the fuck?
Yeah. Wait.
Wait, what?
Is it this
Okay.
way? No, we've been in this room.
Wow. Okay.
Is it this way?
I remember you saying red room.
Yeah, I think that was red room. Oh yeah, because then we went in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanna try
Okay.
the detox juice. I wonder if it's for like. Oh. Oh, I guess it will bring down our radiation.
Yeah.
You don't do much of it? Cool. I'm gonna bring the. Actually, what if it's a weapon?
Yeah, I'll come.
Oh, cool. This one. Boop. It's a nice day. We should have started with this. This is so much more casual.
Yeah.
Just
Much
hanging
nicer.
out.
And I didn't die.
Yeah. To be honest, I forgot that it was parked one road over. How?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
If it isn't a weapon with a stereotype of pants smack on it, I'll be disappointed. Hello? Aw.
How do you drop it?
G?
Excuse me.
Yeah, G. I'll drop that. That's expensive. Actually,
I like the
that's-
doll. The doll's expensive too.
I'm back.
What is? Hello.
Oh, hi.
Ghost is dead, by the way.
Okay. Well, how much stuff? Well, we have enough for the scrap repair. We could probably leave if we want.
Yeah. I don't think we found much.
Yeah, Ghost and I went down a staircase and she went down a room.
Oh.
And immediately right in front of like the doorway, it was just a pinball trap, so she right away.
Oh, guys.
I'm starting to sound like a motherfucker. Give me some snow!
That was.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Literally, I was like, I'm gonna go off on my own. La 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 la. Ah! And I fell into a pit. I might start up my own stream.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, why not?
I guess we stop at factory.
I have to update my OBS.
Stay
Fact,
warm.
personally,
Heart
I
is finally dying
recommend
down.
against it.
What?
How do we go home? How do we repair stuff?
I don't know.
Good question. Oh.
Maybe we repaired at the end?
Maybe, but I don't know what the end is, you know?
Yeah.
Let's go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I like that the tram sounds like a little I like that the tram sounds like a little rice cooker. It's cute. Wonder if I'll be able to find like some bolt cutters or something. The game is very similar to Elite Company mechanics. Fair, but there's a lot less loot. You know? Which is kind of unfortunate. Like, I want more loot. I found a ducky! Exactly. Just like that. But now I want even, like, I wish there was, like, more loot. What the fuck? Maybe my radiation go up a lot. Okay. Hi, Star. How are you? I don't know where I'm going anymore. Ooh, another duck. Ooh, got a lighter. Kind of lights up around me. I'm good, and you? I'm good. I don't know what that is. Whoa. Whoa, I found a whole bunch of loot. Oh, wait, I know that does a funny thing. But now... Woo! Jesus Christ, that scared me. Yeah, the fan is a good interactive loot. Hold on, I gotta... Okay, wall clock.
I'm going over here.
Hello?
This way.
There's a lot of
What?
good loot over here.
I don't know, man.
There's a lot of good loot.
I see it.
Hello?
Hello? Elaine?
Hello?
Hi, Elaine?
Hi, there's a lot of
Hi,
loot in
bud.
here. Could you help me pick it up?
Whoa. Ugh. That was really loud.
It wasn't real! It wasn't real!
What? What do you mean, monster? There's a monster?
Oh. There's so much loot here. Want to make a pile of loot. It was responding. Yeah, I thought it was. Take guitar. Okay. Yup, because it like copies what people say. So that's not the strangest thing. But I'm still scared.
Oh, hi.
Hello, there's a lot of loot where I am also.
Yeah.
There, are you real? Are you real? Are you
Yeah,
guys
I'm real. I'm real.
Are you real? Are you real? Are you real?
He's real.
Something
Don't let him
sounded
fool you.
something
He's
sounded
real.
like ghost and it killed me,
Oh.
I think. I don't know. It
Wait,
like
but
picked
how are
me
you
up
alive?
and made me drop all my loot. I don't really know.
Okay, let's go
Juice.
get it.
Need juice. Okay. Hold on, I have the here, we'll drop stuff here then. There's like a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Go this way, I think, and then this way, and then into here. And then I think it's this way. No, it's not this way. Whoa! Oh, get out of that. That says acid rain.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Uh-oh. There's a mimic. Is there a mimic nearby?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
Here's
yeah,
all
here
the
we
loot.
go.
It's right here. Drop another item to be.
Can I not pick up all this stuff?
Oh, I think it's like kind of like the heaviest you gotta pick up last.
Okay.
Want to see something funny?
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, you. It got funny fan
Alright.
noises. Okay, now I just gotta get out of here.
I can't wait to look back on your
What
box
mo-
to see how I look on your stool.
Uh-oh, that's not real. That's not real.
That's not real. Run, run, run,
Is there
run.
a does the mimic talk?
Go,
Come
go,
on,
go, go,
let's
go,
Let's go, let's go.
I'm with the
Going
wrong
over
way.
here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just
No!
walking around.
Oh my god, I'm scared. No, look this way. Me, okay, good, okay. I thought it was real. I thought it was real because that was earlier. Ghost was like holding something. It was the guitar. Ow, and I thought it was real.
No. Ghost is trying to set up a stream. Oh, it's a cat. Hello, little pet. Look at the little baby.
Yeah, I had to turn it up.
Leave.
Leave.
Oh, doggy.
Oh wait, is that actually Ghost?
Ow, that guy hurt me, and he tried to take my doggy.
Scared. No.
Oh.
Are you real?
No, that wasn't Ghost! There's a mimic out here.
You know what? We got plenty of loot. We can just leave.
There was a mimic outside, and then it wasn't like talking right, and I was like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, you guys just want to leave? We should just leave. I think we should just leave.
Are we sure? There's no more stuff inside?
There's that pile of loot that I left here. I can get it. I'm really close. I like have a lot of radiation, so I could go get it.
All right.
I have a, okay.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna come with you.
Okay.
That was so weird. Oh, look, there they are. That's the mimic.
Ow.
They're up. Yeah, see, that's the mimic.
I don't know. I wanna go.
That's fucking.
Oh, there's another
they just
one
fell
running at
over.
us.
They just fell over. Get it.
There's one
Get
at us.
it. Okay, did you get it all?
Yeah, I got it all.
Alright.
Let's go.
They're leaving without us!
Oh shit! I can't run anymore!
Guys, don't leave without us!
Wigging out.
No, I get that. Like, you just had a funny moment. You're like, I wish I was. Oh, I can use controller. Okay. Oops, like. Alright, Tram's leaving. Oh my god.
Is that real? Oh, we all survived. Oh, Jesus.
Fucking one of them being choked out.
Oh, God. Hey, guys. Move to service station. Oh my god, this game is... Ugh, I would have trust issues in this game. I already have trust issues. I was making it worse. Alright, now we can sell
I
stuff.
understand it now.
I joined the shared chat.
Yay! I see you.
Okay, everything should be good now. Yippee!
Yippee.
Oh my god.
I have so much
I'm gonna sell your
money.
guys' stuff because I didn't pull my own weight.
Okay.
That's okay.
Dude, we gotta get so much. Look at all that money!
You got hella
Get
bread.
money. We can buy weapons or toys and stuff.
I repaired the tram.
Oh!
Oh. Oh.
Oh!
That's fucking funny.
Oh, cool. Okay, is there like a station for us to get fixed at? That's cool. Wow, it's so shiny. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is like the this is the decontamination shower. So if you have radiation, you can just wash it off.
Oh.
You flush items? Yeah, apparently.
He wants to take a shower with me.
Me!
Is Shem's dead?
Yeah,
he
he's dead.
was inside the tram.
Oh,
when I flipped it over.
Well,
I have to reset, I think.
there's a flashlight if you guys want to buy flashlights.
I
Poor
don't need
puppy.
no flashlight. I sold Shem's teddy bear.
Oh.
And I bought the electric swatter. I need a new puppy dog. I'm buying a puppy dog. Sorry, guys.
Ugly.
I lost my puppy dog when I fell in the pit.
Exit. Can blow things away really cool. Away coolly. It's $159 though.
At the lane. Oh, wherever you're Lane, look at your
Huh?
stream.
Huh? Huh?
Look at your stream. Look at your stream.
Oh,
pretty!
wow! I like it. Hi, Shadow. So
Elaine,
pretty.
look at my stream really quick.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Bloop. Oh, I can't click. Go. Why can't I? Hold on. Boop boop boop. Ba-doop 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 boop boop. Look at you! Look at your stream!
I've got you cradled on there.
I am cradled! I like your background. It's very. I like
Thank you.
this
It's like
setup.
a full setup. I've got a starting screen, a chatting screen, a gaming screen, a break, and an ending screen. With all of this. It's pretty cool.
Oh, you're
Like
talking
it.
about the one that's like looks like an old TV thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's promote your shell. I'm gonna put
Okay.
my stream in there.
Does anybody want flashlights or anything?
No.
Nah, I think
I
I'll
got
be
puppy dog.
okay.
Funds don't move from level to level? Oh, shit.
Oh, they don't?
No, I
Oh.
guess not. I'll grab a flashlight for
Well,
Shems,
we got
too.
179, so I guess we should use it, or 159 now.
Yeah.
Just
Shems,
true.
you want an
Maybe-
electric
is
fly
there
swatter or a teddy bat?
I have his teddy bat.
Okay.
Maybe we should buy a shotgun.
We are like $5 short of a shotgun.
Oh shit, yeah, you're right. You're right,
'Cause
you're
I
right.
bought. We were $5
Shouldn't say that
Shems.
one
That's
then.
not an option.
Oh, puppy dog.
Oh.
Steal. Oh, no, wait! You have to... Now we have 3. We've got 3
Now we
of
got
them now.
puppy dogs.
If you
Okay,
put it
well,
on the
Shem's got
ground,
a
it
puppy
barks.
dog, and I have an extra flashlight. If anybody wants an extra.
If you put the puppy dog on the ground, it barks.
Mine's name's Jennings. Don't ask why. His name is Jennings now.
I gotta put him... Hold on, I gotta put him like...
Thank you for that, bad. Oh, you spend all the money? We got a little bit more money. Okay, so we'll do a compass and then another. We'll do 2 more flashlights. Just in case so everybody can have a flashlight.
Traction or something.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, got extra flashlights in case. And then backup compass. Okay. And then backup compasses.
I'm making keys. Oh,
No.
A little more.
Yeah, almost had it.
They're close enough.
Alright, we have extra flashlights and we have extra stuff. Ready to go?
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Alright, we only lost $4. That's not that bad. It's like
Yeah.
$4 dogs.
It's kind of sad it doesn't carry over.
Yeah. Oh, they just stay. They synced. They synced
I got on
up.
the bus to check that we got everything, and then the door shut behind me.
Here, Shem, do you want this? You want your teddy bat?
Oh, okay. Do you guys want to go the hazardous or contaminated this time?
Hazardous.
Contaminated's got more resources.
Let's
Me,
go
you
hazardous
have to say.
first.
Okay.
What's that?
We're going hazardous.
Okay.
Hazardous.
Okay.
Hazardous. What a beautiful day. I think this... It'd be unfortunate, but I wonder if this game only has 1 map to it.
Those dogs are loud.
Yup.
Right?
At least it'll kind of be like a, oh, we know which way to go back, I guess.
I guess.
They're randomly generated rooms. Yeah, they're randomly generated rooms, but it's the same building.
Alright, who's this? Hi, who are you?
I am Isolane. Oh, this
Okay, it's my
flashlight's actually
wife,
quite
okay.
nice. Quite nice. That's good. Do. Take me to the loot. Oh, there's a megaphone here.
Hello.
It does the
I
megaphone
don't want
effect.
to hear it. I don't want to hear my own voice. No thanks.
Fair. What's this? I found toilet paper.
Cool, and we got a bunch of toilet seats. That's perfect.
Nice. Okay. Anything in this big old room? Filled with computers? I don't know which way I'm going.
I ate too much food. I'm too full.
You're full.
I'm so full.
No, it's good that you're full.
Yeah. I'm full.
Oh, found some wire.
I got the wire.
Cool. Oh, I can have my flashlight. I don't have to hold the flashlight out. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Oh, hey, I found a $4 keyboard.
Oh, nice. Oh, there's a little pinwheel in here. Okay, well, I'm stacked
Yeah.
on loot, but do you have, like,
I got
another
one more
slot?
space.
Okay, we'll keep looking. Do you hear that?
It's over here. Oh, no, it's that. It's whatever this is. Oh, what the fuck are you?
I don't like it. Mew.
Following you. What the fuck? Alright, he went off that way. Let's go this way then.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
It was an elephant man with a big boom box.
The
That's
music
really
is
funny.
bumping, but I'm scared.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah, you want to drop off stuff?
Yeah, let's go drop off stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
The elephant man was really funny.
I like the music, but like you could hear it like slowly encroaching on us, and I was like, is this good or bad? Is this good or bad? Is this real?
It was really funny.
Bark, 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 bark.
Oh, looks like they've been back.
No, I bought the flashlights and the compasses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What a nice sunny day.
Oh my god,
Hello?
you guys real? You better
Oh
be
yeah,
real.
we're weird.
Oh, yeah,
fake-
we're real.
Don't mind the sign. A fake you walked up to me and went, "I'm real. I'm real."
What the fuck?
Oh. Did you guys see the DJ elephants?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
there's
a
a-
bunch of them.
Oh, okay. Alright, I guess we'll go back inside.
I wonder if I can beat them up for stuff.
No, maybe that's what I was thinking.
I'll try that next time I see them. There's one way we haven't gone yet if you want to try going that way. Looks like this one's not open.
Yeah.
Is there any loot in here for us?
What's funny is I
Maybe,
thought it was like the computers at the back wall that were like bumping.
Yeah, I know. And then it was a very bright elephant man.
What did you do?
Shams?
No,
That's not
definitely
real.
music. They were outside.
I'll beat your ass, motherfucker.
It has like an unworldly echo
Yeah.
when it's a mimic.
Where are you, buddy? I just want to have a chat.
Alright, so this is a dead end.
Yup.
Right?
Oh, there's another one.
Hello?
No luck in the marriage mart.
Hello?
Hi, Betsy. It's a frying pan. I wonder how long our voice is gonna stay.
No! No! Put me down!
Is it this way?
Oh, it made me drop my stuff.
Okay, that was my new.
Okay, it's running away. I was like worried. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to pick up.
Yeah,
stuff.
like gives you radioactiveness and then it runs away. Man. So I guess the baseball bat just kind of stuns you. Mew?
Oh.
It felt like it.
Nope, that's not. No, 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 no.
I was
They have a
just
fly
like,
swatter.
where are we, bro? I don't know, man.
Oh, Mew, I'm gonna die! Mew, leave!
Oh shit.
Kind of. It's okay.
Oh shit, that's a lot of blood.
Hey, bro.
Whoa!
Friend?
It makes a duplicate of you.
Okay, just run into my face, I suppose. Jump scare me.
Okay,
yeah.
taking your behaviors is pretty fucking scary as well. It just like fucking booked it towards us.
Very confusing.
Guys, oh my god, is
Over
that
here,
you guys?
over here, on me.
Oh my god, is that you guys? Guys, is
What?
that you? Yeah, it's me, it's me, it's me. It's real me, it's real me. Mew. It's Mew. A mimic killed Elaine in front of my eyes.
Oh my gosh. We killed
Yeah.
a mimic. Who was it?
I think there's a
Oh,
mimic, a
leave!
lane
Get
mimic.
out of there, get out of there, get out of there!
The piss water,
Okay,
no.
We're on the slide.
Ooh, a lighter.
Where are you?
Oh, here. We need. I would say we need a code word, but would it be so funny if the mimic said the code word?
Right. The code word should be something that we have to say differently every time we see each other.
Gotcha.
Like pineapple. We have to say pineapple.
Oh, hey, it's the elephant guy.
But then we have to say rhineapple.
Oh, shit,
You know, you get it?
That was the elephant guy.
Oh.
There's a couple of them that run around.
Oh, she can charge it.
There's a fake me running around somewhere, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm still right here. Okay.
Oh, I found Czar.
Oh yeah? Oh, is that what the...
He's
Oh, there
right
he is.
there.
Hey, Czar!
Whoa.
No!
Oh my god.
Yep, because it what?
I like how it's just this random words, like, or sentences. Oh.
Mimics have in fact been proven sentient enough to give false positive on
Hello?
code words. I believe that.
What did you do?
Is that the monkey? Yeah. Yeah, there's
Oh,
people with dogs.
Oh, gosh, no!
Wait.
What happened?
Shen's trying to
Oh.
beat the mimic, but I think it hit you
guess we should
instead,
Oh my
and
gosh,
so he
that
killed
was
you.
so weird, bro.
Yeah, let's go. I'm
Okay,
gonna push you. I don't know where the
my
fuck I'm
Popeyes,
going.
though. I'll be
I don't know where the fuck I'm going either.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not real.
Oh, this way. It's this way.
Yeah, but you don't like.
No! Ah!
Oh, thank God Mew's okay.
Okay, let's go. It's this
Oh,
way.
weird. Sometimes the stuff is like mimics, like not.
Oh, what?
What happened to you?
I don't know. I think that the owl has psychic
Ems?
abilities. He just killed me. I didn't even see him.
No,
Ems?
Mew, leave. Mew, leave.
Well, I'm gonna get the fuck out. I don't know if Shen's dead or not. Anybody know if Shen's is dead or is it just me? Is it just me? Is Jeb's alive? What's happening?
Gotta go, Mew. Gotta go, Mew. It's all you, Pookie. Oh, so I think the different tram horns is how close it is to the auto departure time.
I think so.
It will tell
We're
me.
just gonna go.
Yeah, okay. No, she got it.
Just go
Bye,
me. Go.
Shams. Am I not allowed to leave? Oh, I gotta hold it.
Must brave the cold to go shopping. BRB. No problem, Kiwi. Have a good shopping trip.
Hi, guys. Oh, Shams was dead.
Hey, yeah, he died at the very end.
Yeah, we were. And I was like, oh, where'd he go? And it was to look, and the fucking owl and like elephant guy were there, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, the exact like femtosecond you left the building, the owl came for me. I saw like a frame of purple and I was dead.
Oh, he was standing in the doorway, and I was like, I have a feeling he might be dead.
All right.
Oh, it is. Oh, here. Elaine?
What's up?
Here.
Oh, thank you.
Here's the flashlight.
Oh, I have an extra one.
Okay.
I bought one for everybody, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. I like the aesthetic of this game, though. It's quite nice.
I do too. Yeah, I was thinking that when the last time we came through. By the way, I think that honking sound means that it's dark out, like it's nighttime. So it's like
yeah, that makes sense. Go. Yeah. Mhm. All right, I'm gonna go this way.
I follow you.
What adventures will we have upon this day? Oh, it's a ducky. Hello, ducky.
Yeah, I charge my thing.
Movie. Oh my god, this is a fucking maze. That's why they give you the compass. Whoa. Oh, whoa! Me, there's a music box.
Music box.
Not what I expected with a Hawaiian girl on it, but I like it nonetheless.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna close that.
Okie dokie. Nothing in there. Can't open these ones yet. Nope.
I'm gonna lie, this just makes me want to play repo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Hi, Oso. Oh. I'm gonna turn this in so I can get some toxic detox juice.
Okay.
Give me the detox juice.
I love you guys.
I love you.
There's a
Hello?
fake ghost running around and it scared the shit out of me.
Hi, I'm a real.
Hi, I'm real.
Be real, walk to the right.
Wait, which one's my right?
Okay, that's ghost. I did find this.
Ah, monkey!
Oh my god.
Oh, please no!
After
Please no!
After
That's terrifying! I'm gonna play that must be why you so toxic. No. Okay.
Hi, I'm with you. Hi.
He didn't do
He didn't
anything
take
to
you
me.
far.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he didn't take you far.
Have we been here before?
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
took
this
you
is the
back
way we
where
went.
just
Yeah,
came
this is the
from.
way. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
You good?
How did he kill you? Me?
We
Didn't he
have-
pick you up last time?
He picked me up like twice, and then like I was dead. I don't know.
Oh,
Did you guys get enough stuff?
I got one thing.
I got one thing
Oh.
too. Hell yeah, 35 day streak. Look at that. Jesus. Jesus. Okay. So, what ways haven't we
Hi,
gone?
Mooney.
Hi, Mooney.
Mooney.
Oh.
Yum.
Nyong. Oh.
Downstairs.
I don't like
I
this.
found my biggest fan, guys.
Turn
Oh
it
my
on.
god, you finally have someone that likes you.
Yeah, it's crazy. Somebody likes
Damn!
me.
Turn it on! Turn it on! Turn on the fan and play with it. Alright.
You running around.
Wait, you gotta leave.
People, oh my god.
People who are real, you gotta leave.
Oh no!
Leave, leave. We gotta run. Everybody run. Run time, run time, run time. Run to the tram, run to the tram.
Yeah, I'm running.
No! Oh, stop. Okay, I'm okay. I gotta leave, 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 gotta leave. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. I'm on out of here. I'm leaving right now. Oh, I'm so radioactive. Guys. Hello?
Hello.
You a mimic?
No, but I think Ghost is dead.
Oh.
We were in the basement,
There are a lot
and
of
then
mimics down there.
yeah, I told Shems, I told you to play with the fan. I turned around, and there was 4 more people in the basement.
Yeah, no, there were so many people. I swear to God, I thought I was like listening to you, and then, or no, it was like Ghost, and then it picked me up, and then it was your voice, and I was like, oh, I'm dead. So we're gonna leave now.
Yeah, okay, sounds
It's you a-hole!
Whoops!
Oh, you were dead!
I told you to leave!
No, you didn't! I wasn't
I
there!
did! I was yelling to leave. I said all real people leave. Get her brought back to the script play. Hold on a second.
You said that.
I'm sorry.
There were so many mimics, it was crazy.
I was walking around. I had found
Go to
things.
the hazardous because it looks like it'll have the most mimics. I didn't think
Wherever. Oh. You. Alright. Let's fuck around and find out, chat. I'm gonna sell one of these compasses.
You could have brought back a spare player. True. Don't do
I
that.
like the fan. I like the fan.
The fan's fun, isn't it?
It's
Mia
funny.
hates it. She does.
It sounds
don't
like
like
he's
my
wrapped.
voice.
It's like his voice is like trapped in bubble wrap, and he keeps popping it.
This
That's what
item
it
is
sounds like.
non-exchangeable. Fuck. I'm worried. This item is. What do you mean? This item is non-exchangeable? Okay, I like it.
Because I think it's an item because we bought it. Yeah.
Guess.
Alright, they're going that way. I feel bad. I left Ghost behind.
You know what? I yelled to leave. I waited at the door until someone threw up in my mouth. So,
Ew.
you know, I think fair. I think it's all. Oh, there's a microphone.
Oh. Another microphone.
Whoa!
Oh! It looks like you're in the car.
Here you were.
That's so fucking cute.
It's adorable. There's some wire here. Oops. Okay. How many slots you got?
I got 1 slot left.
Oh, there's a water bottle. Try to take the water bottle. And then we can drop this stuff off because I like this stuff. It's good stuff.
I do too. Good stuff. The way I walk is so funny.
Because you're driving the car.
My mate's first car.
Okay, taking your behaviors is pretty fucking scary as well.
That's not real.
It's just like fuck.
Go. Go, 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 go,
Oh,
go,
yeah.
go. That's not real. I heard him say that earlier.
Gotcha.
I think I went the wrong way.
I think you did.
Here, you go, or no, I'll go in front of you. That. Oh, where? Oh,
I'm
wrong.
just driving.
You're just driving. Driving in my car right after a
What did you
meal.
do?
He's done. Oh no.
There's a spray bottle in there, fuck.
Okay, so we've definitely not been this way.
I'm fake, what the fuck? Look at the sign! Look at the sign! It says I'm fake!
Damn.
What a setup. No, I don't think we've been... I don't know where... Mew, I think I got us lost.
It's okay. We'll find our way out. Part of my screen's really taken up from this car, so I can't see.
If you want, I can carry it.
No, it's okay. I'm fine. I just got trust you. Doesn't bode well for that guy.
Uh-uh.
So I think we definitely got, yeah, we gotta go back this way.
Yeah, this looks... Yeah, because there's a little charging doomahickey. Yeah. Woo!
Oh! They died the same
Oh my god.
No!
Bruh!
Well,
Oh, we all died! That's crazy!
Fucking mimic. What the fuck?
you died the same way we did.
Yo, guys, we're
I
fucked.
kind of figured.
We fucked up.
We gotta go repair some issues.
Well, what happened if we can't repair the tram, though?
Grim, I don't know if you saw that, but you just missed us dying from a suicide bomber mimic.
That was crazy. So,
I
what
don't have
happens?
anything to sell or no money.
Yeah, so what do we...
We go back.
What do we do?
Yeah, we have to leave.
All crew members must be on the station. Out of service. But it's out of... But it's broken.
Then what are we
It's
supposed to do?
broken.
Come back in here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Everybody, come back in here.
Sorry.
The part without repairing.
Alright, let's go.
Oh,
Hi, Grim. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in.
Uh-oh. Oh!
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I don't like this.
uh-oh.
I don't...
Oh.
Well...
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Where do we go?
Oh, so we're just getting jumped.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no, I
Oh,
don't like
gotta find
this.
our way out of this.
Who's real?
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Everybody grab a crowbar.
I don't know who's real or not.
I'm real, I'm real.
I have a flashlight.
Are we all real? Are everybody?
Are we all real?
I think.
I need to make it.
Ah! Ow!
I
Ow!
win.
What
I
are
win.
you doing?
Oh,
Winner, winner,
Wow,
chicken dinner.
that motherfucker.
everyone was killed by
Petty.
Gems. Damn.
That's insane.
What the
Wow.
fuck? You have a hat.
Anyway,
I've got a hat on.
Oh, it looks like the
I want to
Korean
kick you in the
one. Are you
ass.
a
You don't
K-popper
deserve
demon
that.
hunter?
You
Korean
don't
Chinese,
deserve
I-
that
I'm
hat.
China
a
has the
K-pop
same watch.
demon.
You're a K-pop
looks like you're
demon.
about to go, meh.
Meh. Shems is the real imposter. Shems is the real imposter. How come you get a hat?
Don't worry,
I
guys.
won.
I've got the toy puppy.
I won the battle.
I want a flashlight.
Oh my.
Oh,
bad.
I guess. Oh yeah, we have 30 buttons.
You got whatever you want. Everyone should get one thing at least.
I got a toy puppy. It's in the box. Rock, paper, scissors.
Alright, we're broke now.
Okay, again. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Damn it.
This dog is gonna drive me nuts. I'm gonna be honest.
Leave
in the
him
corner.
alone.
It's going in the corner.
Where is he? He will come with me. Come here.
What?
Is that your son now?
You're gonna soda pop? You soda
Yeah.
pop us?
My little soda pop.
We watched that recently. I love that movie.
Soda pop.
Let's go there.
Oh, you gotta click the button. So it's a left or right button, depending on which way you want to go.
Yeah, it's already selected.
You're so correct. Shems actually is the right imposter.
Come in.
I knew as soon as the crowbars were on the ground that I knew the name of the game.
That's
I tried to pick
fucked
one
up.
but I died before I could grab it.
It's like repo.
Yeah, yeah, it really
We're
is.
gonna fucking murder each other.
Yeah.
Alright. I will
I'll
this way.
go this way. Bye.
Walk, we'll come. Oh, I don't want to go downstairs. I don't want to go downstairs.
I do.
I'll go ghost.
Okay. Do. Is smoke. Is it the helium smoke? I don't know. Yeah, okay. I don't gotta go that way. I can go a different way. I don't know if the mimics can copy hats. Oh, that's the that's the only way I can go. Is this the only way I can go? No. There's this door, I think.
What the fuck is that?
Oh. My keyboard.
Hello?
Hello? It's not real. What? What? I don't know where I'm going anymore.
Hello? Who's this? Nope. Fuck.
I think. Okay, wait. Is Shems was down there? I think Shems was real. He just scared the shit out of me, and then I died because
Where's
of
the
a
exit?
landmine.
Fuck outta
Wait,
here.
that was me. Why you so dark?
Shem's gonna kill me. Shem's gonna kill the mimic me.
Is it real?
Dude, fuck off.
Oh, Shems is full on stuff. Shems has a hat that takes up a slot though. Interesting. I wonder if the mimics can copy the hat though, because it can. Oh. I can't even tell you what killed you from the clip. It seemed like I exploded. There was an explosion noise. So there might have been. I can look it up. Hold on. I would like to know a bit of what's going on.
Yeah, we know that that's not a. We know that every. Is
cool.
fake. We know everybody down here is fake because of the secret entrance.
Yeah.
There's a big ink splotch over here.
There's no English guides.
I'm sorry? There was a... Somebody said something.
Whoever was just on the PA, not real.
What the fuck?
Oh, so somebody went boom.
The mine went off right as I was checking
Oh my
out, so I
God.
thought I scanned something.
Yeah,
Don't
you
hit
better
him.
fuck off.
I hit him. The elephants! Chef is getting karma. He smacked him with his W. Oh. I do it this way.
Okay. See, I got the car last time.
Why is this apartment?
Well, maybe around. Give him a vibe check.
No, just stay away.
Wow. Okay. This way and then this way. That one, yeah.
Maybe I should leave Puppy Dog here.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
I say yeah.
I just want to know. Oh, the
Fake
attributes.
person. Go.
Charge electronic devices.
That's not a lane. Not a lane. Go away! Ah!
Service station. Just want to make sure I'm not missing nothing.
So, Sunny is
Get the
stuck
fuck
down
outta
there
here.
now. Oh, hi, Elaine!
Oh, hey! What happened to you? What the fuck? What happened to you?
Suicide bomber! It was you, though. You killed me.
That place sucks.
Yeah, I think I walked into a landmine? I don't really know.
Oh. There's, if you hear beeping, there's like
Wait, there's a what? Sorry.
There's traps. If you hear beeping, I think it's like a trapped object.
Oh. Okay.
So if you pick up the object that's beeping, it'll explode.
Do I want to go back in?
I'm watching. Wait, Sunny is stuck down there now.
Oh no.
Oh, right,
Why?
maybe she's not. Maybe she's not. Because we went through a secret passage that requires 2 people. So she may be stuck.
Hi, Lil. Where the fuck am I? Hello?
Oh, poor Mew. Okay, so there's 3 maps in this. And there's 3 cycles, but we only unlock it after getting to the 3rd cycle.
What is she?
Oh, it's an exit! I like, you keep thinking, what?
Oh, whoa!
Yeah, there's 2 entrances.
I found a secret entrance!
There's 2 entrances.
I made it out! Oh my god.
I'm so proud of Mew.
Oh, thank you, Lil.
I'm so proud of her.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Insane.
Yeah.
Hello? I see you.
Hello?
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you if you're not. If
Are
you're
you
not
really?
I'm real. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
I'm gonna beat
Oh my
the shit out
god.
of you. I've been through so much.
I did too! Oh my god. Ghost and I found like a secret room and then like it's like it led us to like this like huge underground, but Ghost died from a fucking suicide bomber, and then there was like 4 mimics, a big monkey, an elephant man, an owl, and so I just started running, and then like I found like this huge here. I'll go show you. No, actually, come with me. Come with me. Come with me.
No, I'm almost dead. I want to go back in.
No. Come with me. Come with me. I found a secret entrance or exit. I don't know, but it saved my life because I was like, where the fuck am I?
So do all.
People.
But look. See? It's like a whole other entrance. Oh,
Yeah.
leave
Yeah, there was another one of those monkey guys by the main entrance. He grabbed me right after a mimic grabbed me. Managed to get my bat off the floor before it took me. And I was fighting for my life in that room.
I'm assuming Elaine's dead.
Yeah, she died to an IED planted in a TV.
Oh, they
Okay.
both exploded.
Yep.
That's insane. This game is crazy.
This game is crazy.
Because after you died, there were so many monsters.
I died to so many. There was like 4 different mimics right there.
Yeah, you died to one with a bomb on it, and then when I went in, there was like so many, and then like 3 different monsters, and then I found that fucking room in the tunnels. Like, I was like, where the fuck am I?
Yeah, I died to an Elaine bomber.
Okay, you guys ready?
We need to get a lot. We need to get a lot.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna take us to the contaminated factory.
Okay, we got this.
I learned there are 3 maps though. I don't know how we get to the other map. There's 3 maps.
Yeah, I think Ghost and I had gotten to, oh, no. Yeah, I think on one of our options we had a subway.
Yeah, there's
Wait,
the
hold on,
subway.
I want to see if there's an entrance this way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going with you.
Yeah, we'll go with you. Shems can burrow his way into the front entrance.
Okay, there's one. Oh, there is.
Oh, cool. All right.
This is how I left.
To be honest, it's
I'm
easier
glad
to
you
find
got
the.
out. I was worried you were stuck down there after I died.
I was too, and so I just started running.
I'm gonna be honest, it's easier to find that entrance room than anything else.
Alright, we gotta stick together, guys.
Old tire. Oh, it's so big. I'm gonna take this just back to the bus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, where am I? I can't see anything. I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah.
This way? Okay.
Okay. Elaine?
Yes, I'm right here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, there's more downstairs, but I don't know if you want to stay on this floor.
Yeah. I mean, we can go whichever way.
Guess. Go down. I wonder if there's fall damage.
Oh yeah, when
in
I
this
found
game.
the stairs up, I was like, please be the way out, please be the way out.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
I saw there's funny. I saw Shems. I'm like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, I was watching your POV with that. I was laughing so hard because you're like, I'll beat the shit out of you. You're not real. I'll beat the shit out of you. Which one would you like?
Okay, I got it.
Ooh,
Look at a
found a
microphone.
microphone.
Oh!
Shit.
What's 2 plus 2?
Oh, mimic.
How do I put down my little doggy? What? I don't know, man. Whoa.
It's over here. Wait, it's
Oh.
You
talking,
can't
Ghost.
trick me. What? It felt like it. What was that?
Wait.
That was really loud.
Wow.
There are mimics.
Mute, hit him,
The
mute,
mimic
hit
talk?
him, mute, hit him.
Ugh.
Only Dylan
It's a
capture
fake running
real
away, it's running
time,
away.
clever girl.
It's
kill him?
running away.
Okay. I'm hurt.
Okay.
Oh, I want the rattle. Give me that rattle.
Oh, I have.
I love you guys.
Oh, there's an owl. That's what that hooting is.
Okay, oh, it makes you slow. That paint makes you slow.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I don't know what to do about the owl. Not that! Oh, fuck, brother! Ow, 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 ow. Oh, no. Hit him anyway. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean? Ah, fuck.
Oh.
I thought I could hit him. I thought I could hit him.
Yeah, I tried that too.
What do you mean he fucking one-shot you, dude?
I know, right? What the fuck?
Shems is driving around in a little car. Beep, beep.
Okay, I put in the message so then they can see it.
Thank you. What was I thinking? I wish there were, like, upgrades, like bigger backpacks or things like
yeah.
that.
Or like strength, stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's kind of like, I don't know, there's not a lot of loot and we don't have a lot of space, so it's kind of like you want to go in there and you want to get a lot. I feel like having like just more space would be nice because you want to go in there and you want to leave. I think going back and forth is kind of hard with how far away things are from the mansion or the factory.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm listening to Ghost, and they got hit with the laughing gas and makes their voice really high. And she finally saw the message saying we died. She's like, if you're spectating me, there's a you going around saying, I love you guys over and over.
Yeah, that's the last thing I heard when I died. I was like, I love you. And I was like, oh.
Okay.
There's a face on the back of the thing that Ghost is holding. There's a face.
Yeah, there's a face on it.
Okay, I know the way out.
That's weird.
Hey, Fakey McFakerson that's over here. Shoo. Go away.
I don't know what that is. Like how the loudspeaker.
Wow.
What? Hi? No? Hello, no? No? No. Go away.
I like watching Ghosts like try to decipher it or not.
Yeah. She's like, no, go away. You just hear the mimic shim
Don't
say,
follow.
fuck.
Yeah.
Gotta get out of here.
I like we make so many random noises that it's kind of hard when you first encounter them because it's
Where
like
am I? Oh, it's over here.
random noise.
Yeah.
Okay, there is.
I liked your
There
what's
is a
2
bunch
plus
of
2?
stuff in that place I was just at. Oh no, we so good. What? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff in here.
That's
okay.
not real shims.
Yeah.
Oh, we chillin'.
Oh, okay, it is.
We're good. We can go back. We can get.
He's so good at being uncanny though.
Where's
Mimic
he gonna
Shems is
live
less dangerous than
know.
actual Shems.
Yeah,
On
that's-
God! On God!
Exactly. Mimic Shems
Oh,
is
God.
less dangerous than actual Shems.
Everyone agrees. Mimic Shems is less dangerous.
Wow, I think that was like the first one I was able to do stuff.
Andrew, you did really good that
the
time.
Mimic
Mimesis.
doesn't have my immense brain power.
Shut the fuck up, we're leaving.
My
Yeah.
galactic-sized brain is just...
Shut the fuck up. Galactic brain, my asshole.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
It's gotta
That was-
nerf me somehow.
Yeah.
True, true,
What's
true.
funny is Elena and I died to the stupid owl. We got trapped in a room and I tried to go hit it and then it did its wing thing, killed me, and Elaine
Yep.
tried to kill her.
Yeah.
We had
Um,
so much stuff.
There was just a fake Shems and then a fake Elaine. There's a fake you running around, Sunny, and it just goes, I love you guys.
Yeah, dude, I
heard
died
it was
right as it
spectating
said
you.
that.
It keeps running up to the PA and doing that as well.
There's a PA?
That's great. Yeah, there's a PA in the
Over
first
the main
room.
room. There's like a little broadcast station thing.
Whoa, guys, this room is
Oh
different.
yeah, this is what. Yeah, this is what it looked like
Whoa.
when I left. Like when I was trying to find my way out, this is the room that I kind of like went into.
I have a pedal now. Oh, this is cool.
I got wire.
Wait, there's another
I like this.
exit? Be careful. Wait, it's a lie! Wait, there's a hole. There's a hole.
Yeah.
Wow, that would have duped me if I wasn't smart.
Yeah, that's what it almost happened to me a few times.
Oh man, the flashlight really kind of does make. Oh shit! Hello, Buster. There's a megaphone over here. Hello, Buster. How was art? How was your stream? Did you have a good stream?
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you for rating us. Oh, is that real? Are you? Is that you saying I love you? Okay.
That's me. That's me. That's me.
Oh my god. Oh, welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy us as we try to survive.
Monkey Man's here. Monkey Man's here. Monkey Man's here. Monkey Man's here. Go 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 go.
Oh, Monkey Man, no, no monkey, no monkey. What was that?
Please stop it from following us real quick.
Ooh, a plant.
This is the door.
Got a rotted bonsai.
Oh,
Got the
cool.
rotted bonsai. Ooh, another petal. Oh wait, no,
I
you
got
have a
petal.
petal. You take petal.
Yeah.
Now we both have petals, and we can kind of decipher because we're the petal girls, petal ladies,
Yeah.
petal pals. Oh.
Petal pals.
Oh, there's a frying pan. Do you have room for a frying pan?
I do.
Perfect.
Alright, I'm full now.
Cool, me too. You wanna
Just
go
wanted
back?
to let you know, free corn dog in the main area.
that's okay. Fuck yeah, dude. That timing is impeccable. I have a gift. You have a gift? This is your wonderful presents. Oh god, fuck. Okay. You have to find our way out. God, that timing was impeccable. Huh?
You hear the slapping of the monkey feet. Go away!
Slapping on a one. Yeah?
Monkey feet, monkey feet, monkey feet, monkey feet, monkey feet.
Okay, okay, we go. Hello?
That's definitely a mimic. Oh. Okay, so I have
Oh,
to
hold
hold
it.
this,
Leave it then.
Yeah. And then I'll hold the other one.
and there's another one on the other side.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, okay, hold it. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Alright.
Okay, you're real.
Yeah, I'm real. Sorry. Check the fridge.
When I heard
Okay.
you go, oh, I thought you died. I got scared.
Okay, give me 10 seconds. Chat wants me to check the fridge really quick, but I'll just be right here. I'll hold the
No luck
bonsai.
in the marriage mark. No. Bomb. Can't.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I didn't do it. No.
Let's just go. Let's try to get out of here.
Okay, hold on. Buster, I will check the fridge after I do this. Cause I gotta
we gotta
get
get
the
out
fuck
of
out
here.
of here.
It's not safe.
No, I thought we could have a moment. We cannot have a moment. Ooh, another petal.
Yeah, okay, dead end.
Oh my god. We'll fucking hit you with the toilet
Oh, hey
seat.
guys!
Hello?
No, that's
Oh.
not you. Hi guys, no, it's us.
It's us, yeah. Come.
Oh, no, behind you! Oh, that's a bunch of mimics. Those are a bunch of mimics.
I got you.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them somewhere.
Me? Hello? I don't know, dude.
Hi. I don't know
Hi,
what's happening.
Bubbles? What does that beeping mean?
I don't know.
Just because I say check the fridge doesn't mean you have to check it right away. I know, but I normally do. normally do. It's just I'm not usually in a spooky place where. God. Whoa! Oh! Oh, we're evil now. Oh, evil me, you an evil Elaine. Oh ho ho. Oh yeah, maybe this will hit harder.
That's insane. You sound so insane.
Oh, there's a car here. So cool. Beep beep. So 100, there's a mimic. There's a mimic in this room.
God. Alright, this is a dead end.
Yup.
Oh! Oh! Hi! Oh my god, guys! We just had the most insane mimic experience like ever.
No.
Great.
Oh, no.
10 out of 10. Wait, hold on. I want to look that one up because I don't understand that one at all.
Stay the fuck away from me.
Yeah, it's up here.
Guys, oh my god. So there was a fake
Oh,
edit
that
and
is
it
not.
sounded so real.
No!
Oh, well.
There's a
He's
unique
dead.
interactive
Who's taking him? Oh.
Alright, I have to be right back. I have to go to the restroom really quick.
You fucker.
Okay.
Cool. You did it.
Okay.
Were you at the big chompy like secret entrance
No.
thing?
Yeah.
That was you. Okay, because we saw it open, but then there was like so many mimics, a
Exit,
monkey
exit,
down there.
exit.
So I was like, did the mimics open the door?
So wait, but that was you.
Fuck,
That was
dude.
you. Okay.
Yeah, that was me. That was me trying to open the door for you, but then like I
There's
didn't
no
know what was
door
happening.
No, me and Shems were down there. We meant to be. I don't think
Shems
he's
is so
gonna be-
close to the exit, but he's going the wrong way.
Oh.
Yeah. He needs to
I'll
go back to
figure it
that
out.
room that yeah. He needed to go back to the room that has like the plants and like all that stuff and like the water. We had good shit too, but we got stuck in the basement and then I walked past a bomb and blew us up.
Oh.
Yeah, it was my fault. Yeah, he
Oh.
needs to the exit somewhere in this room.
I'm going over here.
Oh yeah, you just stay over there. I would appreciate that. Yes.
Oh, he found it.
Yay!
Yeah, you stay over there.
Am I going the wrong way to enter this house?
You stay over there. Get me out of here.
Oh, it does an auto departure.
Oh,
Oh.
he departed it on his own.
I know, but there's an auto departure that goes off after 24 minutes.
Oh.
Hey, Sham.
Oh my god, that was stressful.
Yeah.
That was great, guys.
You got stuck
We
in
have
the
so much
basement.
money, though.
I know I did. I swear it the hitbox on the bat
You
is
have
so
killed
weird.
me twice
I was
now.
I
I'm gonna look at the
and
fridge.
it hit you when it was holding.
Oh
you.
my
I don't
god,
understand
that's
that.
so cool, Buster. I love it. Oh my god, you're giving me ideas. Giving me ideas. Thank you so much, Buster. I want to drive the car. Brr, brr.
Oh god, plane.
Driving in my car right after a meal. Hey, that. Okay, I stuttered because I thought I was muted on stream. Whew, very good. I like the gimmicks in this game. I think it's more interactive in a fun way, and I like that a lot.
Yeah. Repair. I like how it flips it in the tongue.
Right.
I like when you look up. Wait. Look. When you look up, you're like bent backwards. It's funny.
I love this mechanic on like every game now.
What the fuck? Ooh,
Good
so
as
pretty. All right, do you?
How much money we got?
160.
Okay,
I think we buy a gun. Oh, never mind.
We don't have enough.
No.
Save. You buy a ball, a paintball. I want a flashlight.
Oh,
Oh my god, he splooted. Wait, wait, is that reusable?
glued it on me.
It's free. Ow. Ow.
Wait, did you just use all of it, Shims?
Yeah, it has 5 charges.
Oh, nice.
And DMs. Thank you,
Okay,
Buster.
Oh, it's back to
I
normal.
love it. I love it so much. Ooh, I should talk to. Yeah, I have ideas.
Electric sweater.
Got my flashlight. I'm gonna take a
Flashlight.
shower.
I guess I'll get a flashlight.
I'm gonna, washing me in my clothes. Washing me in my. Excuse. Oh, hello.
Me too.
Oh,
Me
look
too.
at-
Electricity and shower.
oh. Oh.
Release me! Release me!
Release me!
Release me.
Pack of 5.
Like my announcement.
Barnes enthusiastic. Yeah, we have another. We have another $20. God damn
Spend
it.
them all on
Okay.
toy puppies.
I already bought a toy puppy.
Good.
It says it's rechargeable. What does that mean?
You can
There's
go
a
to a
little,
charging
charge
station
socket
in the
right
thing.
here.
Yeah,
Can I
and there's
see?
a bunch in the thing.
Oh, so every time. Wait. So does he like lose battery after a while? After
Yeah,
barking?
he loses
Yeah.
battery as he's yipping.
Oh, interesting. I think we're on cycle 2 now, so hopefully we'll get to see the new map.
Back.
Everybody got their stuff?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh wait, look, the toilet lid has a bunch of money signs under it now.
Oh, so those
I
are
wonder if
maybe
that means-
valuable.
If we find a
Guess
toilet
so.
lid, it must be valuable.
All right, do we want to go contaminated or hazardous?
Hazardous.
Alrighty.
Going in all in
got
on the
it.
danger.
Need to make more art so I can get open comps for outfit designs. Oh, definitely should. I love it when people can design clothes. I'm not a fashion person, so I don't really know. I think that would be cool, Buster. Definitely do that.
Neom.
I'm gonna go to the front door. Who's at the car? Hello.
Hello.
God, that dog. I'm
go
gonna be
normal
honest.
way.
That dog.
Got the dog in me.
I got that dog in you.
Got the
Alright.
dog in me. There we go. Ruff, ruff. Ruff, ruff. Ruff, ruff.
Oh my god, it would be so cool if like voice actors played this game. Hello? Hello? Mew? 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 What the dog doing? What the dog? Oh. Hello? What the dog doing? Hold on, I need to change my.
If you come to the main entrance, don't go to the right door. There's a big void hand in a gilligan.
I'm not dead. I just don't know where I am. Oh, this. Oh, it didn't kill me. It put me back at the other place. It put me in the secret entrance.
Elaine?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I was transported by the void hand to the secret entrance or the back entrance. Hey. Apples?
Ghost is apples. Ghost is dead.
What do you mean Ghost is dead?
I think she went boom.
You think did you kill her?
I mean,
Okay.
you
Right,
could be
listen,
next.
calm down, calm down, Jesus.
It wouldn't have been the first time this playthrough I killed her. Although it was entirely on accident the last time, I swear.
No, well, the first time I saw you kill them was I did see by accident because the mimic was standing like right on top of them and you tried to hit the mimic and stuff. Which way did you already go?
I think we came from this. Wait, nope, I'm lost.
Oh wait, let's see.
No, this way.
Wait, you were missing loot.
I'm full.
Okay,
on
I got
loot.
it. Oh, you're full on loot.
I've got ghost stuff.
Oh, fair. Oh well. Oh shit, then I wish I remember where I came from because I was at the exit. No, I came through this way, I think. Where was it? Hello?
That's not. That's a mimic.
Kind of. I cannot be tricked. I'm just that good. Hey, bro?
Oh God, Jesus! Okay. I get it. Not allowed to be with my friend. Hello?
Down where we were, like in the like.
I
want
wanna
to make sure I didn't kill you because I started the smelter while you were in there. The code word should be something that we have to say differently every time we see each other. Make sure I'm good. There's a big ink spot.
That is not you. Get the fuck away from me.
Please.
Excuse me?
Elaine?
Take my little dog.
What's happening?
Yeah,
you
we
need
know
to
that.
have
There's too many shems, I don't like it!
Everything down here is oh, look at
There's too many shems, I don't like
It's
it.
all ghosts too. It is all ghosts.
Wait, Shems, are you
Is
real?
that a fake Sunny or a fake Elaine?
Are you real? Apples?
I'm real, I'm real.
Apples and oranges?
Apples and oranges.
Oh, thank God.
Is it this way?
Oh my God, I'm gonna shit my pants.
I don't like how many ghosts are down here. One's more than enough.
I don't like how many Saja boys are down here, bro. I'm about to make a boy band. Hello?
Yeah, you.
Oh my
Go
God.
that way, buddy.
Wait. Are you real?
Exit.
Apples,
exit,
oranges?
exit.
Apples, oranges?
Apples, oranges.
Apples, oranges.
Oh, okay, come back.
Hi. I'm right behind you.
Okay, come on, let's go. Shams!
Wait, how did you come back?
So the void hand teleports you. It doesn't kill you. It teleports you.
Oh.
And it's trying to cuck
okay.
me because it moved me twice.
Oh, thank God. I was like, damn, you died.
Yeah, I heard your announcement. I was like, oh. All right,
wanna go
I'm
back
gonna
and get
drop
more
some
stuff?
stuff off. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll come with you.
Shems killed Ghost by accident again.
Okay, so that was a mimic.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I didn't say anything. I like moved around you guys. It's like these are mimics. This can't be real.
Yeah, no, there was two Shems in the basement, and I was
Guys,
like,
I
no.
found-
Hi, what's up?
I found a use for the doggy.
What does
Yeah?
that mean?
We place him by the entrance because he's very loud. So if you'll know if you're in the area of the general area of where the exit is.
Okay, that's not a good idea, actually.
Oh, that is a good idea.
Yeah.
So like I was saying
And then-
before, the size of my galaxy brain, the game.
Shut
is-
the fuck up.
is
That's a
just-
terrible idea. I
Alright,
fucking hate your
alright.
ideas, man.
You know what?
Your
Let's fucking
shitty
go.
ideas. Okay, we have to go quickly
think
because
it's-
it's the sun setting.
Yeah. I still think it's funny. It's like I didn't realize it was you guys until.
Yeah, we were all like,
Jeff says he's walking away.
oh.
Like, keep walking, buddy. I was like, oh, it's Chef. Because one of the mimics faced through the door. That's why I was like wary.
It's very fair.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Okay. No. Kill me. I'll go.
Again. I gotta fix my cable management. Understandable. Cable management's hard.
I know you're not
You hear the
real.
dog? Hey guys! Oh,
I have
fuck
to carry
me!
this in my
God
hand.
damn it! God damn it! God
Are you
damn it!
okay?
God damn it! God no! This game takes me by the dink. My little tiny 3-centimeter dink and rips it off. Dude, okay, so we enter this map. I go to the right door. The void hand teleports me, and I get teleported to the other side of the map. And then I find Shems. I open another door. It teleports me again. I find everyone again. We get out. We go back in. The door teleports me again. I find stuff, and then I explode.
Makes sense.
Oh my god.
And I heard the beeping before, but I walked past it
just picked up
instead.
all your stuff.
Yeah, don't stick
Yep.
on the beeping.
At least
I
they
didn't know
got
you
my
could
stuff.
open lockers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Let's go.
It's pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Yeah, Shems didn't kill me, by the way. I was an idiot and I stepped on a landmine.
Or he's the idiot that let you step on the landmine, you know?
True.
He should have dived in front of you and exploded on the landmine for you.
He should have, like a gentleman, put his coach over the landmine. So I could step over.
Good job, little puppy.
I'll be back for him.
Okay.
I don't think Shems is gonna be back for him.
Oh shit. I gotta go.
I think Shems is gonna leave the dog behind.
Yeah, likely. I have to leave anyway, so it's not like the biggest deal.
Unless it's 22. Oh no, it's only 20. It leaves at 24.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, he is going back for the dog. We are almost at the money point.
Be late. What happens?
Yeah, and we got 3 toilet seats, so I'm wondering if that maybe will gain
There were
us more. at the end.
77 each.
What the?
Oh, are they? Yeah, that's a lot more. I think they were like 8 before.
Yeah, they were like only 8 before.
First time, shame on.
me.
God damn it. Kiwi, listen. The first time, fair. Second time, that was a completely different door. Third time, fair game. All right, listen.
You know what they say, fool me once.
Yes.
I was gonna start it.
Yippee!
Fucking back.
That factory fucking hated me, let me tell you what. Went through a door, got teleported.
I just think it's funny, all of the ghosts kept mimicking, or all the what?
Mimeses.
All the mimics were mimicking Ghost.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they wanted to copy the funniest person. They wanted to copy the funniest person so they'd be more approachable.
I got a kiss her ass. Oh, Lane.
Oh.
You want your flashlight back?
Yes, I would like my flashlight. Thank you.
Which way we going?
I don't know. Do you have a preference?
Not really.
Hey, we can go this way. Shems went through the front door.
Yeah. We can try the hard road.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Which one?
I don't. Oh, there. Okay.
Oh, you beat me.
I win.
Sorry, we were playing rock, paper, scissors.
We're actually fake. We're not real.
Imagine.
I'm gonna just say the most out-of-pocket shit for the mimic.
Please. You're gonna scare the shit out of me.
Most out-of-pocket shit for the mimic to.
Hey, there's loot here already. Shoot.
Nice.
There's a bomb somewhere. I can smell it.
Near me?
Ah. Ah.
Ah, fuck!
Oh no,
Oh.
Crunchy wet bread in the radio. Ooh. You mean in the oven? When you aren't supposed to touch them, I can't see them. I hear
True.
something, and then I'm like,
Okay,
oh.
like-
Ooh.
I'm gonna go drop this deck off.
Okay, I'm gonna go down this hallway over here.
Oh, fuck
Okay.
me, brother. Bro, I don't.
Or
I
what?
can't see them. Am I supposed to be able to see them?
I wish we could revive her.
It's okay. I don't mind. I can do more research. Cause I don't understand the trap. Helium gas trap. Gimmicks are unique
I'm
and
gonna drop
interactive
her
found across the
flashlight,
map. They
so
can
then
be
we don't
players
lose
of
her
the threats to share. I know how to take this with all the non-gimmick functions. I feel like I'm missing something. This is beeping. Where's this game beeping?
Drop
Hello, Sunny.
Oh. Play.
Oh, it's
This
just
way.
a meme.
Lead me. I can't see anything.
No one talks about it. Beep equal bad, but which way bad? Forward bad? Forward bad? Go? Can I go
Okay,
around
thank you.
it?
I'm gonna
My
take these
brain
back
wants
to
me
the
go
bush.
round.
Okay.
Me want to go round. Me no
Okay,
wants
you
to go
do.
back. Me want to go round. Also, I'm gonna do one thing really
Here's a big
quick.
fucking elephant guy.
Go back where I don't want to. That's the coward's way. Actually, this is a perfect moment while I'm waiting to crochet a little bit because I'm practicing to make the fish. So I'll put it on my other monitor so I'm not showing the pattern. Because I told Buff Tart Art that I wasn't gonna show it. Not that the first page really has anything, to be fair, but okay. I don't remember what the second row is. Watch why.
Okay, that was in a real way.
Okay, so is this
Sorry,
stitches?
everyone. Some unfortunate.
Okay, I saw another streamer
Chubby
run around looking for it. It took forever to
dragons.
blow.
We are all out of
So
corn dogs
weird.
in the main room.
Maybe it's random. Like where
turn
it
it back
is
to the front.
dependent. Like the beat means you're near it, but whether you find it or not, it's like
another
it's
entrance?
not like directly gonna be in front of you or anything like that.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Oh, hi.
hi. Did you hear
I
my
heard your announcement. So, yeah, I was gonna come find you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going back to the other exit. I just came over here to make the announcement.
Yeah.
Woof, woof,
I mean,
woof,
we can
woof.
look for stuff up here.
Yeah, it looks like nobody's been done here.
It's hidden as far as I know. Okay, I
I wonder
thought
if Shrim's
because
live
I think
or
it's
not.
because like at one time when
quite
you and I
unfortunate
died
if I
to
made
it,
that
I
announcement
saw
and you
like
just said-
wire and I thought that
It
that
would've
was
been
it.
fucking hilarious.
But okay, let's
That was bullshit.
Jeebers.
That mimic grabs me from like a mile away.
Careful, there's a bomb nearby.
I should get like a
Yeah.
crocheting toggle. Wouldn't that be
equals
cute? A
bad.
crocheting toggle, Kiwi? That'd be really cute. I wonder if I could find
That
like an
sounds-
arm asset for that. I bet there's arm assets. For
Keyboard.
that. I wouldn't.
Oh no, the suicide bomber! Oh. Are we both? Did we both die or did I just die?
Did we just both
Shit.
die?
Oh.
Hey, welcome back, guys.
Shamu is dead! Oh.
Son of a bitch. Damn.
Yeah, I got cornered in a room with like 4 of them. I think one of
Yeah.
them took my bomb and ran for you guys.
What do you mean your bomb?
Yeah.
I found
do you
a
mean
bomb
your
on the floor
bomb?
that was worth like $500.
Guys.
Ooh,
Yikes.
Subway.
Ooh, yeah, let's go Subway.
Oh, Subway.
I'm hungry. Let's go Subway. Yeah, I'm doing the math. Right, cool.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa, we need a lot of money this time, guys. We gotta check
we
every
need to
nook
get a
and
bunch of
cranny.
money. Is it still toilet seats
Yeah, we
that are
gotta
like
lock
the most
in.
expensive?
Yeah. Let me get to the subway. Whoa, look up that way, look at that way. There's lights.
Whoa.
Oh, because this is a
right.
subway. Oh, okay.
Oh. Huh.
Alright.
Okay. We got this.
Stop.
Nope.
Okay, so I get...
Oh.
Where's your hat? Where's your hat? Oh, your hat. You died. You don't have the hat anymore. Hi.
Hi.
That was normal.
Yeah, that's me.
Shem's fucking turned around and fucking tried to spook me and ghost.
Yeah.
Oh, what an asshole.
Things down here, maybe? Oh my god, I wish I could see things. Maybe I should get a
Same.
flashlight next.
Yeah, flashlights are actually really nice.
I thought
Whoa,
I would.
what's this way?
Good question.
Hit him anyway, just to be safe. We don't have anything, unfortunately. I totally would if I had a bat. Or anything, for that matter. Can you open these? Nope. Find a bat and go hit him? Fair. I will do my best. Hopefully I can find like a frying pan or something.
Cubby, sorry, dragons. We are all fortunate.
Okay, I stepped away from the beeping. I'm having small panic. Okay, no beeps. We're good. Is there anything over here? No. Ooh, I'm scared. I am scared, chat. There's like no loot. Well, how am I supposed to go ooh piece of candy, man? I need pieces of candy to go ooh piece of candy. Okay, that's the way with the beeping. We will go this way. Dead end. Very cool. Okay, so I just gotta go this way and then to the left. Because the beeping is to the right. Does this mean something?
Cubby, blue dragons. We are all out of sorry.
Okay. Just gonna bring this toilet paper back, you know? Bring the toilet paper back to the tram. The fuck is the tram? I don't remember where the tram is. Is it this one? Why does the tram gotta be so far? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Might be wrong. Look, there's like a skateboarding area here. Yeah, having like, I don't know, like a speed upgrade or a backpack upgrade would be nice for this game. I guess I'm just walking around outside because I don't know where the car is. I guess this is why you have the squeaky dog. We don't have nothing. What's this way? I think. Chat, where is the car? Chat, do you remember where the car is? I seem to have lost my way. And I don't know where... Oh, there's a car. Oh, Jesus. Brought back toilet paper. Boop. Oh, wait. Someone brought back a bunch of stuff already. This is Subway, right? Can I order a footlong on Italian urban cheese? You got it. You got it, buddy. I got you. Please don't. 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 I will shit in my pants. I will shit myself. Hello? Hello?
Go away.
Oh, hello? Wife?
Go away.
Why? Why do you want me to go? Wife, I'm real.
Oh, you're okay. You're real.
Real.
Okay.
Real. Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
You want to
I
go
got
into
real
Subway with me?
lost. Yeah, I'll go Subway with you.
Yeah, I did too. Oh, the void hand took me.
Oh, how'd you like that? How was that experience for you?
It scared me. I'll tell you that much.
Fair.
And then I found my way out, and then I came out here. I found them two over here, and they said they found a mimic you that quizzed them because it shouted, "What's 2 + 2?"
Oh, see, my questions change every time. You know it's me because my questions will
Yeah.
never be the same.
Yeah.
Thank you for the alert. Mew leaving her wife out in the cold. No, no, it's very valid trust. If
No.
we were in a zombie apocalypse, and the zombies were actually mimics, and she was like, "I can't trust you," after meeting a mimic of me. I'd say fair. Oh no, did wife stay inside? Mew? Oh. No, please. I thought we were gonna leave. I felt like leaving was the correct solution there. Hello? Hello?
What do you mean monster? There's a monster. Cubby blue dragons. We are all out of corn dogs in the main room.
I don't know what I'm doing, dude. I missed the, I'm gonna be honest, the last map, a lot less confusing. Let's see. So we'll either die or we'll find more loot, I think is the plan. I think is my current plan. Oh, fuck. Fair? Fair? Where am I? Ooh, a pinwheel. Oh, how do I spin it? I like that it spins. Does it spin when I talk? Or when I move? I don't really know. Make him.
Is there a mimic? Does the mimic talk? There's a fake me running around somewhere, Sonny. Ooh, pencil. Nothing in here?
God, that's the duck.
I don't have any
so
weapons.
nice.
Oh, ow, ow, ow!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Down in the,
oh my god.
down in
Oh
the
my
main
god.
hall, like down
I
in
wonder if there's the new one that came out. So,
Stop leaving me alone! Oh, that's a very Pokemon-ass
Okay.
duck!
Oh, look, try the
Sonny.
Help!
Oh,
No, son of a bitch! I just got fucking...
Oh my god. Oh, hi, wife.
Hey, wife. What happened to you, wife?
I kept getting chased by mimics, the monkeys and stuff, and then I got chokehold by a Shem's mimic, and then a monkey came and ran me away and then killed me, and he dropped me.
Got it. Yep, that was a lot.
Yeah. I thought I was far enough away from the mimic, but I guess there was another one. There were two running with bonsai trees in their hands. I had found, like, the real ghost for, like, 2 seconds.
Oh,
Cubby
damn.
blue dragons.
Oh,
We
yeah.
are all
getting
out of corn
fully
The
dogs.
over
ghost
TS
person I
and
found had a
stuff.
sign in their hand.
What
I guess I guess
Unbelievable.
Oh.
I like hearing ghosts,
How the
like
fuck do
the
I get
fake PA ghost that keeps haunting
Mhm.
Shems because they'll say the same thing.
Spectating real ghost.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, she found a second exit.
Oh, nice.
But she found an exit.
No luck in the mayor.
Uh-oh.
I think Shems is where I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, there's the duck.
Look at the chicken. It's over
I'm
here.
surrounded I was.
Oh fuck.
Oh, that was the exit I was gonna go out of.
We should have started with this. This is so much more time. We'll go with you. Shems can burrow his way into the front entrance.
No!
What happened to Shems?
Okay. Never
Shems, what
mind.
happened?
Radiation
Are
got
you
me.
all dead?
The radiation got me. I died.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna
Oh,
leave.
she had a minute.
I'm gonna leave, okay? We have enough. I'm leaving. Okay. Were you all dead?
Yep.
Oh shit! I got taken.
You
to the
checking? We're
right.
like, okay, I'm gonna leave, okay?
Yeah. He went monkey twice, but the first time he brought me over to
Oh,
he
man.
brought me away
We
from
barely
me.
made enough, guys.
The monkey saved me.
The monkey killed me.
Oh.
I literally like just got to the exit, stepped a few feet outside, and then died to radiation. That sucked.
Crazy.
Uh-huh.
There were a lot of fake Elaines.
I had a lot of fake
Yeah.
Shems.
99% of mine were just fake Elaines.
Fake me's.
Okay, we repairing?
Yeah.
It's still funny the first time we did it, Shems was in there.
Yeah, right? Shems got trapped in it.
Out.
I wish you could still hear like the people's voice chat in there, and you can hear them like scream.
Oh yeah.
Be funny.
That'd be really funny.
Yay!
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go inside because I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okie dokie. I want a flashlight. Do you want a flashlight, Ghost? Ghost, do you want a flashlight?
There was a person over here.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I think it's like an illusion.
Oh.
Guys, I feel like there might be an achievement because I keep seeing targets. I see like 3 targets.
Maybe like spray bottle?
Maybe. Ow. Okay, there's one over there. There's 2 over here. There's one there. Okay.
Nice, then there's one over here.
There's 2 on this side. One right here.
Yeah. Oh look, there's these bags. These bags, look. Oh, he just left.
You missed.
Nice. And then is there any others? This one's back. The practice.
Yeah, I think we gotta like shoot it or something. What does this frog mean?
It's just a
Watch
frog.
out. Key distance in front of the trend. Oh, like when you say like when it drops, that makes sense.
I'm gonna check the Fortnite item shop real quick.
Boogie doogie.
Is it Shems?
No. No.
Nope. Okay, making sure.
Ah, you asshole.
I had to make sure I didn't hit a lane, okay? Okay, what's that yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, that's thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, that's thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, that's thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours.
Okay, now I gotta make sure I counted. Mobile keyboard sucks. No, that's fair. The mimic who watches. Watch out. Key. Oh, interesting. Didn't know there could be mimics so far out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Wait, 10, 11, 12. No, that makes sense. But then I skip one.
Oh my goodness, I need Sunny to come now.
What's in the Fortnite shop? Fortnite shop.
It's
What's in
a
it?
kitty.
Oh, yeah, the kitty sidekick. Yeah,
Sunny,
dude.
come back! Sunny, come back! Sunny, come back!
Can you color it? How can you color it?
I don't,
How
hold
can you-
on, Sunny, come back. Sunny, come back.
Oh, is the cat in the
Yeah!
Where's my computer stuttering?
Here, I'll share my screen on Discord really quick.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Aww.
Click on the little thing to see it's yeah.
Totally make Mia this. Oh no, it needs to be a letter. Like yeah, like that.
That's cute.
That's my kitty.
Can you make a tuxedo cat with it?
You change its ear color too. Yeah, I'm sure.
Ah! Ah! Hi, Rainer. Welcome on in. Oh my god, it's so cute. Chunky!
Put Chunky.
Oh my god. I'm gonna need 2 of these.
That's a message, my friend.
I need 2 of those actually. A dummy dog. Oh, hello. Oh, it crashed. Well,
Uh-oh.
it crashed.
Fortnite crashed?
Yeah, my Fortnite.
Oh, okay.
Honey, come back. Honey,
Honey, we have stuff to tell you.
back.
Oh, Jesus.
Come back.
What if you kill her? What if you kill her?
Then she'll be back.
Do they have... Does someone have a parrot? Ghost
I
does.
do. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I've got a little bird in my background. His name is Rocky, and then the screechier one is Adrian.
We love them.
They're very loud.
What did I skip a stitch? No.
Pointing
I
at me?
skipped
What are you
a
pointing
stitch
at me
before.
for? What are you pointing at me for? Hey!
Poking out your eye. Ah!
Do they know how to
Yes,
say
they do.
words? Ooh, what kind of words?
Adrian can say what? Rocky can say pretty boy. Can say handsome. He can say come here. He can say hi. He can also catcall you like a. He can do that.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm by you.
Sunny! 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 Kitty cat in the item shop.
The cat's finally in the item shop.
It is.
Expensive again.
Oh my
I
goodness.
think it's
Oh my goodness.
1,200.
What is happening? What is happening? What is happening?
Hello.
What is
You're getting
happening?
baited.
What's
Why?
happening? Hello?
Great.
Hello?
Gosh.
Stack of Shanghai. Hello? Holy shit. Okay. 1 second. I will step away and you guys can keep talking. Hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. 1 second. Roxy051, thank you for the follow. Stack Up Shanghai 6, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Ziploc Blob, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Tato Rest, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. And Dual Joker, welcome on in. Thank you guys so much for the follows. If you wouldn't mind, please also follow my friends here that I'm hanging out with. Is Mr. Shems, Mew, and the Ghost Shrimp. But welcome on in. Stealth raid from our Discord server. Oh shit! Whoa! That's cool idea! Yo! Dull Joker, the Sultry Beast, thank you guys for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. I appreciate the follow, guys. Welcome on in. Thank you for the stack up stealth raid. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. Just vibing with us. We're about to do, I think, cycle 3, which is the farthest we've gotten in this game. It's a new game called Mimesis, I guess. I think is how you say it properly. But it's a game that is really good at doing like what do you call it? Like mimics in games. It's really cool. I like the mechanics in it. So I hope you enjoy watching us play. It's Wednesday. It is Wednesday.
Yeah,
All right,
I
guys.
think one more would be good.
Yeah, one more? You guys want to do one more?
One more.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
One more? All right, all right.
Service, you know.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Gonna go watch the new episode of Mighty Nine, then come back. Have fun.
Ooh,
Howdy,
Mighty
howdy. Welcome on
Nine.
Ziploc Bob.
Oh, that's right, because an episode came out.
I'm re-spooling my yarn because I fucked it up, so I gotta do it again later. All right. Yeah, they come out every Wednesday. Oh, guys, the mansion. The mansion.
Mansion.
The mansion.
Do
Let's go to
it.
the mansion. Thank you for raising funds for us. Of course, you guys are an amazing organization. Not only for the troops, but also for mental health. So I'm happy. I'd be happy to do it like once a year. I do one for
Guitars were
Gamers
free
Outreach.
money.
So I'd be happy to do you guys one as well. Sorry, I might go burpee.
Oh.
The big mansion. Oh, there's a hedge maze.
I still gotta learn how to play it.
I know how to play a little bit, but my
I caught up the other day, so I gotta check it out later. Yeah, I'm watching it weekly. What din? Let's go inside. Whoa. Look at this. This is nice. This is nice.
What do they stay? What are these?
Oh, sorry. You go for it.
You scared me.
I think our raid reminded them because our meetings are on Wednesdays. Oh, possibly. That would make sense. I see a charge you do,
Nice.
mufflet. Oh, it goes in a circle.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Candlesticks, candelabra.
Also, thank you everybody for raiding my beautiful, wonderful wife. It's another secret door. So you gotta hold
Yeah,
it down?
I'll hold it, yeah, and then you can go through.
Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm on my...
Hi, one for Miss E. Hi. Welcome on in. I don't know, are we good? Okay, we're good. Oh shit, that goes like, there's like a corridor in there. You can close it now. Whoa.
I thought I heard a ghost, but I think it was a mimic.
Be
That is not you. Get the fuck away from me.
Wow,
No,
rude.
it's not. You get away from us.
Rude. Yeah, go away.
That's a mimic.
Let me open the door.
Oh,
That doesn't sound real.
oh, what the
I
fuck
saw
do
a
we
big
do?
monster.
That
Oh,
does
it's
not
owl.
sound real.
Oh no!
Oh,
No, please. Okay,
I
no,
have
go.
a printer. Wow.
Okay.
Uh,
Damn monster.
alright, we gotta. I think we might have to go back through. I think this is a dud.
but there's this way? What was
Yeah.
that? Do you hear that music box?
No.
I heard a music box. Oh my god. That's Ultra Beast. Thank you for the
Freaking out
follow. Welcome on in.
doors.
you guys would be so kind to follow my wife, Miu the mermaid. She's a very wonderful streamer. We love her very much.
Oh yeah, please follow. We're halfway to 300 followers.
Oh shit! Oh shit! A fishy!
Oh, fishy! Oh, feather.
I like this fish.
I like the fish too.
I'm literally crocheting this. The secret was danger.
Oh yeah, we went that way.
Yeah. That's probably a loop though. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm a liar.
Oh.
Ooh, a keyboard.
Microphone, keyboard.
Nice. Oh, can you pick that up? No, that's just pretty for no reason.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, a doll. I got a doll.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Yeah, I forgot when you pick up the doll that happens. I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Woohoo. I like this fish. His eye has a cross, so I think he's dead.
Oh!
We're good. Sorry. The fish decided
No, it's okay.
to splash water at me because I decided to talk about. I'm sorry. I'll never talk about you bad again. I'm sorry. I wasn't really talking about you bad. I was just kind of stating some facts in general. But yeah, sorry about that fish. Jesus.
There's a hole there. What? What do you mean monster? There's a monster? I can't. Oh, I can't. Open secret corridor? Okay.
What the fuck are you?
Whoa.
Wife, go through, go through.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. All right, I got it. Oh no!
Honestly, I
Oh.
can't believe it.
Okay, I'm okay.
Is there a it's...
There was two of them. Close it. Oh.
We good?
Yeah.
I feel like poop.
Two of them showed up. Oh my god.
I feel like poop.
They were stupid.
Okay, let's go. It's this way.
I'm gonna just spawned.
Yeah.
Alright, let's
Alright, I'm going through the front.
Yep. Bro, I adulted. What did you adult? I am so fucked up. I am so much radiation in my bones. Ooh, what also could be nice is like an expensive upgrade for the tram that lets you have a shower in it so you can reduce the radiation instead of...
that'd be nice. Oh, hi guys. Yeah, it's us.
I got a big fishy. There's a lot of scary things in there.
Yeah, we found the secret corridor. There was nothing really in it. Like sights in their hands, so that was fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep. I found a mimic with a butter knife that like hit the box for some reason.
Ugh.
Hi, Bat.
We're about halfway there now.
Ooh.
Hi, Batsy. I say let's go upstairs. Oh, Batsy's over at Ghost's channel. At my channel.
Oh, it's
I
okay.
say we go
He'll come.
upstairs.
Upstairs? Yeah, we
What's
can go
back
upstairs.
here?
I don't know. I was trying to see if there was like a back way to go.
Yeah.
Also, I am close to death.
Uh-oh, radiation
does-
storm.
Maybe. Yeah, let's
Are you
go
close to death
upstairs.
because you're hurt or radiation?
Both. Don't let him bump you with your belly. With his belly. You bumped my... No!
Oh, wait.
Oh my god.
Okay. Yeah, we're just running.
Oh, please. No, he's the other way too.
Sorry, blue dragon lunch. 40 hour off dog in the main room.
That's still so funny.
It does the funny fan thing when you talk into it.
No, please.
Hell away. Alright, there's two.
Oh, I have so much radiation in my bones.
I protected
Whoa.
her from one of
Wait, what
you,
is this?
and then
Oh, no.
yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah, I don't see.
Are you real?
No, that's
Yeah,
fake.
I'm just gonna sneak around him.
That guy with the plunger's fake.
Oh, okay. Well, I found a rattle to turn in for some detox juice.
Yeah, let's go do that. Let's go turn in your rattle. Oh.
Never mind. Oh. Never mind.
Well, I got your rattle, wife.
I have a spray bottle. Poor wife being haunted by ghosts.
Didn't do anything to me.
Guess I'll turn this in for detox juice.
Yeah, wife should get detox. There we go. That's good. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening. Yay, it's late end here. It is.
Well,
Oh, I'm the first one dead. I think it mimics whoever dies
I'm gonna go
first
back to the car now.
most.
Be real.
That's fucked up.
That's that. One of them's fake. One of them's fake.
Oh, this is a subway. Oh.
One of the plungers fake.
Off in the toilet.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Elaine died.
So I gotta check it out later. Yeah, I'm watching it weekly.
At least I can still hear my wife.
Yeah. You know?
That was so sad. You're like, all right, let's go get get you radiation. You.
Yep.
Like right before my very eyes, and then turned into a mimic.
We're almost done. Let's do something really
We're
low.
almost
Let's
there.
do the
Abandoned factory? Abandoned
I think the factories are all the same.
Yeah. Let's just do this one. It's easy peasy.
Okay. Because there was hazard contaminated. We didn't get abandoned yet.
Oh, are you
No.
drawing our silly aliens, Patsy?
What that means.
Patsy, I love you.
Patsy, we love you so much.
I'm gonna grab something that's like not super expensive. Torn umbrella is $6, right? $6? Yeah, okay. I have detox juice for this. Thank you. There we go. I cannot see ass.
Love you guys. Mwah, and the other is just I love
We'll go this way. Oh, great. I love going into basements. I love basements. Ooh. Scared me. Sound like a secret room. Hello?
Secret room's right here.
A secret room?
Right here.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm at the other end.
Alright, I'm here.
Pretty sure there's a mimic ghost over here.
Yeah, that's what it's. Ow. That spray bottle. Let me have the spray. Okay, thank you. Ooh. He's a plane. Oh, I found a. Fuck. And pick. Oh, no. I want to pick that up and then pick this up. Ooh, a cat wand. I have all the loot, chat. A mug in there. I already lost gems. Okay, well, oh, there's another one. Oh, shit. Well, let me... If I pile up the loot, do you think that, guys, would be a good idea, guys? I think I'll do that. So there's one here. Where's the... There's cardboard plane. Put it with the other cardboard plane. And then there wasn't there one more thing? Oh, okay. Oh, the mug. The mug. I was full on loot anyway. Full on loot anyway. Full up. If you think of... Oh, fuck. Think he'll leave after a while? And like spray him. What the fuck was that in the background?
Chubby blue dragon. We are all out of corn dogs in the main room.
Ow, fuck. Oops. Well, if we got enough, yeah, okay, you guys can just go then. You guys can just go. I died.
For aliens.
How cute.
They're actually besties, though.
I love that. That's adorable.
I died less ago.
This is canon now.
Oh, she died!
I
Oh,
got so much
okay.
loot. That sucks, but it's okay.
It's okay.
I love you. We got enough. It's okay.
I found so much loot there at the end, and then the Birdman decided to trap me, and then there was something in the darkness, and I was very scared.
Sorry.
Alright.
We got
Go
enough,
deposit our
though.
shit. Wait, what?
We did
Do
it!
we go? Do we?
Ah!
I think we just have to leave once we get to the next area.
That's fine.
Okay.
Alright. Ready to go?
Alright. Okay, we did. Let's go, quick.
I'm going! Wow, guys, look at that. We all survived. Oh, wow.
That was scary.
Yes. Let's go. That way we can save. Now we can deposit our stuff and we can go save. I want the fishy. Okay. Oop.
You did so good, guys.
Yeah, we did a great job.
Yeah.
Go team.
I love that it's a toilet.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right?
Next time we'll get Shems the shotgun.
I don't think Shem should have the shotgun, actually. Oh! Oh!
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Chef. Whoops. I didn't expect to.
Alright. Big CPR! We lost him, guys. I'm sorry.
Ah, well, you know. All's well that ends well, you know.
I didn't think he was inside of it. Hey, Shams, I'm sorry, buddy. Your foot's a little twisted there.
I can't even see his head.
Clear!
Clear!
There's a save thing over here, so if we wanted to play again, I think we could.
Yeah, yeah, hold on, let me
Oh,
save one more
test.
time. Save. Okay. Progress has been saved. Oh. What? Saving? Okay, we're good. We're good. We're all
Okay,
saved up.
we're saved, yeah.
We're all saved up.
Yeah.
I had to read it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna unmute you guys on Discord.
Okay. Title screen. Alright.
Okay.
I died like maybe 4 or 5 times total. Half of those has been because I was in the train.
Sorry, and I
Unbelievable.
think both times were me as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I died a lot.
What? This was
Thank
fun
you
to try to
guys.
figure out the
Yeah.
video thing.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot. Thank you for
Me
playing
too.
games with me and letting me bring you on this ride.
Agreed. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will head out and go do some workies now. But I love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out with me.
Have
I
some
love you
fun
too.
workies.
Mwah.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. Let us go to the hub really quick. I am gonna be right back because there's some stuff I would like to do. Really quick, like stretch and get some water and put us back onto the black, different background. Color picker this one. That way we don't have to do the thing. Hello, V. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the bongs. Thank you for the bongs. I will change my mind off. Okay, cool. The bonk went off. Cool. I have pasta. You have pasta. You have pasta. Here's the pasta. Alright, let me restart that song. Is it gonna play? Play. Is it not? Play. Oh, play on this computer. There we go. Okay, cool. Alright. Now I have access to too many Steam games, me reading cool stuff. Very nice. You guys share Steam libraries now. It's very nice. Actually, I'll do it when I get back. So I'm gonna be right back, and then we're going to do a little bit of video editing for the Tiki Talkies, and we're gonna make a Christmas overlay. I think are my plans for today. But I will be right back. I love you guys very much, and I'll see you guys in a minute, okay? Mwah! We're trying to get Havoc to join us so I can play Phasmo. Fair. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. We have a guest coming over this month, and they wanted to talk about sleeping arrangements. But I am back. Who's ready? I think I'm gonna do some art today. Honestly, I'm kind of tired, so I think I'm gonna do some art for a little bit. Also, why didn't my mom change back? YouTube Studio, why? Affinity. Load my model. Hello? Oop, 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 oop. Oop, it's not happy. Hello? Download. Chat. Chat is the computer. Okay. Okay, we're good. Boop. Tail. BOG. BOG. Alright, there you go. Intel, ARM, Intel, Windows, Enterprise, Intel, AMD, ARM. I don't know the difference. Oh, it's going to iPad. That's cool. I guess this one? MSIX. Ooh, fuck. Which one am I supposed to download? Do. Good thing I put the note in here. /exe. So is it this one? MSIX64. I guess I'll do this one. I was reading an article. Welcome back. Thank you. I was reading an article about crows losing their... No, that's sad. Don't. I'll cry. Scientists are trying to figure out the cause. God damn it. God damn you. God damn you in the way that you are, sir. God damn you in the way that you are. I thought I downloaded the thing. Did not download? Oh, damn it. I thought you were serious. I'll do this later. We'll do it later. Clean AF. Let's make a holiday. Want to make a holiday. This is not chat medium. This is the credits. And then we will group this as stream overlay. I guess a main overlay. And then reference can be on top. Lock that guy. Lock that guy. Milk chat medium. Chat board. Alright, let's make Christmas happen, huh, chat? Boop. It'd be fun to make something for the mini as well, actually. That'd be kind of fun. Let me see. Where is the mini viewer? There we go. Alright. I want to make a Christmas wreath. Christmas wreath. I don't feel I ignore. Do I have? I don't know if I have this still. I think it would be on this guy if it was. I could feel the launch. Do I have the references for this? Cardboard, I I feel like I don't. I feel like I might not. Myself to just walk away. By example, me desk. No, none of that. None of that, chat. None of that. Ooh, I do need to get the new charm. Or the actual charm. I think that would be in here. this one. It is this one. This is the charm of. I got to put in the drive. I give Kiwi tig old biddies. Does Kiwi consent to tig old biddies? As long as Kiwi consents to tig old biddies, I don't see why not. Please. It's not the right one. I don't know. Keychain charm. Huh? Is that not the one? I don't know if this was said only if they're as big as my head. Fair. I think that's very fair. C, let's do V. Oh, okay. And then I will grab this from here. Boop, boop. Huey doesn't have a choice. Kind of not liking the vibes on that one, Chief. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Kind of not feeling like that's kind of cool, Chief. If they don't want it, don't do that, maybe. Like you do. Okay, cool. My choice is abdication. What does that mean? What does abdication mean? I'm trying to remember the artist that I reference for a lot of my overlay stuff, and I don't remember. Company, company. Ah, here it is. My choice is letting Buster choose. Okay, cool. As long as you're okay with it, that's the important part. Let's see if they've posted anything new. Anything Christmassy. This is not the person. It's this person. Oh, they did. Oh, look at that. That's so cute. Oh, hi. Hi, Canadian. How are you? Welcome on in. How are you doing? How are you doing? You really look at me on in. Hope you're having a good, lovely day. Am I in art? No, I'm in coworking. Done. If you gave me just a little bit of something we've been working with, it always gives me out. Good Ice Age Canadian? Is it because it's cold? Because it's cold and snowing. Come around to me. Baby, just me. Okie dokie. Let's get to sketching, shall we? We don't need this anymore. Let's do a new layer. We're gonna go to Pixel. It snowed from like 3. Damn! How many inches? You said 3 to 5, right? I don't remember. To be honest, I don't remember. Okie dokie. Let me go. I like this a lot. They do like the simple. Do they have any like wreath style things though? I don't know if they have any like wreath style things. 5 to 6 by the end. Damn. Lucky. I don't really post a lot since the last time I looked at their stuff, but maybe they post more on Instagram. They make Pokemon. I think they make Pokemon cards, which is wild. It's actually really cool. Well, they have a Christmas set. It's kind of like that. Okay. So Christmas wreath cartoon. I want to see how computer. Oops. Computer. What's happening? What's happening? Okay, there we go. We got it. We got there in the end. I want to do like a wreath to go. I think I should sketch out the size of it though, because I kind of want it to be like, I have returned. Welcome back. How was it? Was it good? Did you like it? Why is it so small? Oh, it's because of this. What a fucking episode. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Talk like that. I don't want it to be too invasive. Also, the writers ate and left with my fair. One, two, three, four, five. Do I want to do 5? I kind of like the size of this one. So I think as long as this one's okay, then I'll just make the sketch of it. Might as well flesh it out a little bit, huh? I was getting ads for AI Pokemon cards of your pets, but I think they are. But I think they went under because they were ugly. Real artists. Wait, look, on God, because you can't capture that essence of anything with AI, really. Okay. I can't wait to watch. Me too. I have a feeling I'm not gonna watch it today, so no spoilers. No spoilers, okay? It's good. And then let's rasterize this. And then I kind of want. I'm gonna put the mini viewer on top. Okay, because I kind of want to Christmasify this too. So I think that would be fun. How the fuck are we gonna do a Christmas tree though, chat? I think because we have the space, we could do like a little thing that like, hello? That like hangs here. And then what else could we do? Christmas. I can do that right now. Let me know when ready. I will try. Ew, my keyboard's being weird. Guys, I've won the relationship game. Told my partner we'd play Vintage Story tonight, so she hopped in VC. Said the activity is when she. That's awesome. Take your time. I'm gonna try to do it through the console. Alright, let me try to do this through the console. Let me do this. I know you guys can see the mini screen, don't worry, it's okay. Okay, boop. It says incomplete command. Wait, did I do it wrong? Oh! Oh my god! Look at the tiny dinosaur arms! Whitelisted. Where's compact? Confirm. I'm bored of wearing clothes. Look at those tiny dino arms fucking fit so well. It's quite crazy. How can we make this look Christmassy? I wrap more wreath around it. I don't know. Maybe. All right. I think we're good on that front, so I'll bring this back. I don't know how to make this more Christmas. I guess I can look up like stream overlay Christmas. Christmas. I could like put like a candy cane on it. It'd be kind of fun. Hang a candy cane off of it. Like let's sit like here. Pog. Okay, I just gotta set compact back to normal. Okay, there we go. Maybe like a candy cane. Ooh, it'd be cute to do like a little bow. A little Christmas bow. I want to do a little gingerbread man. A gingerbread man? I don't know. I don't know. Should I add more Christmas? I don't really know. A little stocking would be cute. Wait, okay. What if I did instead? Listen, hear me out. If I did like Christmas lights, maybe like just a Christmas. I want to kind of make it a little bit more interesting. I could make it smaller like this, but I feel like that's not it. Let's do Christmas VTuber. Mistakes like you. I think I could just add the wreath if I really want to. I feel like I could just add the wreath again. Just make a smaller wreath. I think that'd be fine if I made a smaller wreath. Then what else? What else do we? You want Christmas tree? How am I gonna fit a Christmas tree in here? Okay, this is gonna be a weird, like a Christmas tree music player. Wait, what if we made a Yule log? Okay, it'll either be a red little truck hauling a Christmas tree. No, I want a Yule log. So I'm either thinking I could make a Yule log, right? And put the side, like carve out the side of it instead of the mixtape. Or I feel like I kind of want to do that, if I'm honest. I think a Yule log would be cute. Cause then, and then we can do a little dinky little tree on it. Put a little dinky little tree on it. Okay. This is like Yule log. Oh my fucking stabilization's too high. Let's turn it off. Wreath, and then I want to do like the, what is it, the peanuts Christmas tree. Maybe not as dinky as this one, but kind of. Like the way it sounds. Got nothing to it. You. Simple minded. Done my art test for the night now. Now? What are you doing now? I think that would be cute. Okay. All right. So now we got to sketch out. I feel like I want to sketch out a branch, a wreath. What's wreaths made out of? Pine? Let's see. Why am I still getting badoops? I am on streamer mode. Streamer mode on. There we go. Now I need to wait and see if the headache will go away. I will have to upgrade the wireframe mockups. I made more detailed images. Oh, fair. Fair, but you do deserve rest. So if you're tired, get rest. Get yourself some snack. Get yourself a snack, you know? Don't be afraid to give yourself a little TLC, if you know what I'm saying. Let's go again. Actually, can I make this into a stamp? No, I don't think so. Okay, that's fine. Cause I like the way that these leaves sit a good bit, but like I feel like the cartoony wreaths have more detail, but I don't really know. I don't really know, chat. I'm gonna be honest. Like that, and then like. One hears the words they say. Maybe bigger. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then, yeah, that's cute. No, come invisible. Lucky, confident. And then I think that's kind of cute. I feel like this maybe shouldn't connect here. Same with like this one, that shouldn't encroach. This like, hello? Shouldn't encroach. Hello? Shouldn't like encroach that maybe? Let me see. I mean, I feel like it doesn't matter. I feel like, you know, just kind of going gung-ho with it is kind of like the vibe, but like, I don't really know. Let's hide that one for now so we have the backup. We're going to shift N, and then I'm going to kind of just maybe go with it. What do you think, chat? Control, oh, shit. Control shift N. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's lock that guy. Okay. I have to make this 12 again. Cause it's dealing with my pen pressure. Maybe you could have a center one actually, like here. And then kind of want to turn this screen off. It's like in my way because I'm using the same thing as the Quest logo. But a line of like leaves. Because are the wreaths the same width away across? I don't know what the garland. Actually, cartoon. It's not a wreath. It's a garland. I'm thinking of a garland. Well, it looks like they all go kind of like one direction. Like one will go left and then right. Should we add a bow to ours? Does it have that center? Yeah, it has a center point, so we could. It's the way of life. But then it's kind of like it has to be like this then, yeah? I think that might be better, if I'm honest. Okay, let me go down here, go here. Delete the, oop, oop. Oh, it's because she's locked. Hi, the cat maid has arrived. Hi, Gal Gal. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Lovely to have you. Honored to have you, even. We're currently trying to make Christmas happen in the stream. I've never really... no, that's a lie. I have decorated for stream before. Just haven't really done it in this way. I mean, most times I just use assets from other things, you know? It's been like forever. How you been? I am doing well. Doing well. Just doing a little bit of art. I feel like this might be a little too leafy. Hold on. Let me look at the references again. I wonder if they've done like Christmas, like garlands. Ah, so they're doing like kind of like the outline of it. Okay, so wait. Let's try that then. Instead. Say that I should settle down. I don't wanna. Always a holiday in the sun. We're on the run. Do I just keep making lines like that? I really wish they had like a garland, because garland, I feel like I don't understand garlands exactly in my brain. Do they have any? Oh, look at this. They do like a little banner. Please, because I really like this person's art style, so I really want to try to see if I can learn how. The a million dream and it sets me free, so let's celebrate tonight. I mean, this is kind of garlandy, but kind of not. I feel like it could be that like I make the little bumps, like a bumpy line, and then I go out and I add a little like bit of leaves, maybe. And this. I kind of want to do like another one here. What are garlands normally made out of? Maybe that would help. What are garlands made out of? How to make a garland. Sure, I'll make a one. It's made out of a lot of things. Guys, maybe that science doesn't really help. Not science. I don't think that science the way I wanted it to science, you know? Because sometimes looking at real life study of things helps your brain understand how things work better. But I think in that case, not really. A little bit further. Nope. I don't really. I think I want to split this into two. I don't think I want to split it into three. This is, oh, I just. Hey, Elaine, I have a request for you, but I will reach out later. You're okay with that? Yeah, of course. Thank you for today. Thank you for today, my love. I hope you had a fun time. You. Thank you for subscribing at Tier 1 for 7 months. That means a lot to me. I hope that you really did have fun, though. Because I had a lot of fun. I had loads of fun. Ah, they'll rotate. Had a great time, I'm glad. View, is it window? Oh, rotate left. Rotate reset. Rotate left. Rotate right. Can I do like... Okay, no. Like, what's the... Context doc show, grid show guides, show toolbar, text ruler tools, doc show zoom to fit. Is there not like a rotate view? I feel like rotate array panels. Nope. Yeah, I guess it'd be view. But okay, left and then draw. Oh no! Really? Oh, is that how that works? I was hoping it. Thank you for the lurk. I was hoping that it would be like a... Maybe some miscellaneous. Toggle, quick snap, zoom in, zoom out. Maybe not. View, window, help. Mode, preview mode, rotate left, rotate right. Maybe I'll look it up. Let's do Affinity 3 rotate viewer. We'll see if it actually has it, because it is a new software, so maybe they don't have it. That's it. 4 hours ago. That's crazy, bro. But I want to like rotate it like a certain amount. How do you rotate level canvas? Tap the R key, boom, your elements until they rotate. That's not... That doesn't help. Could the new affinity rotate? 2 weeks ago? In both directions. I believe the rotate only 90-degree increments in both directions with the buttons at the top of the screen. Just found out that if you hold Alt and scroll the mouse wheel, the canvas will rotate anyway. If it uses the mouse pointer to send the rotation, the setting tools enable canvas rotation with Alt scroll. Settings. Settings. Tools. Enable canvas with Alt scroll. Jeez. And then edit settings. Let's do shortcuts. View, we're going to undo this, then this one. This one and this one we are. What is this? Vector flood fill tool. Vector flood fill tool. Let's remove this guy. Close. Oh, well, I forgot to set it to there. Shortcuts, pixel. Oh, I just got a notification. My paycheck dropped early. Fuck yeah. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. Wait, does this still not work? It does something. It does something in here that I don't know what it does. It does something. Maybe it would be easier if I just set it to something else. Yeah, I think it might be about easier if I just do that. Rotate. Oh wait, it didn't. Okay, cool. Yay, now I can rotate and not strain my wrist. Yippee. What is happening here? Are we having input lag? What's happening? Huh? I think it's this thing. Yeah, it was that thing. I think there's something on my tablet. There's something on my tablet? I think there was. Okay, cool. And then Alt-R to re... Ah! Oh, I got... No, it got fatter. Fuck. Well, couldn't I, Alt-R. I could just modify it. Hold on. Hello. Why is my brush being weird? Oh, is it this? Whoa, what is this? Color replacement tool? No, I just wanted my normal brush. I think I want it like this. Okay, it's gonna need work, but like, feel like it could be cute. But I feel like maybe this leaf is too, because I like this, because I feel like that looks a bit wreathy, but I think like maybe this one's too big. Maybe this one needs to be bigger. Oh, Miu's playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I too would play that game if I could play it on stream. Okay. Okay. So bear with me. I know it looks a little weird, but like trust in the process. Oh, does this show brushes now? It does. Oh shit. I wonder what the new affinity. Okay, wait, no, I'm curious. What is the Because Affinity had a new update. What was the update? Affinity. New update. News and information. By the way, did you check your Spotify? I did! Later, let me post it in the fridge. And then we can go through it. What happened to your life? What happened to your life? I put it in the fridge. Oh, did you share the whole thing? Okay, bet. Hold on. I took pictures because I don't want to sit through the... Oh my god, wait! There's something I have to show you guys. I can only do 10? Okay, hold on. This one. Okay. Okay, hold on. Kind of proud of that. I was top 355 global top listener for Zell and Ardward this year. Kind of proud of that. Fuck yeah. Okay. We'll do the Spotify rap stuff first, and then I got a thank you video from Alex Warren. Fuck yeah. I got a thank you video from Wendigoon, and you'll see why. So look at Vex. Vex showed us theirs. So they listened for 32 days. Their top artist was Butcher Vanity, which makes sense. We listened to. They suggested that quite a bit. We enjoyed it. Their top class started with hymns. Oh yeah, and FCP archives. I remember those. And the top artists. Very cool. And then let's look at Kiwis. Let's look at Kiwis. Sleep Token was your number one artist. Let Down, Alex Warren, Bad Omens. With 15,000 minutes listened. Vex had how much? 47,000. Okay. An Emergence and Caramel, understandable. Okay. I took screenshots of like everyone. So we listened for 140,000 minutes, which is 103 days, which is fair because we listen to music a lot on stream, and I listen to it a lot while I'm cooking, or not cooking, but when I'm cleaning and when I'm outside. But yes, this is how much I listen to music, which, to be fair, apparently there's groups this year, and I'm in the 9%. I think I'm in the 40%. But this is chump change compared to last year. Hold on, let me see if I can find last year's so I can show you guys. Hold on. She came up to my knees, begging, baby, would. So I took a screenshot of it last year too. Hold on. You played that many songs. Oh no, it's a different. No, okay, I guess I lied. Wait, is this last year? Details? Yeah, last year we only listened to 83,000. Wait, then was it the year before that? It might have been the year before that. Hold on. I found my Twitch recap. Where's my shiny fry? Okay, well, I don't know where that is. Okay. Anywho. We listened to 538 genres. Not bad. Oh, Kiwi, did you get your they gave you a music age. Did you look at that one? Our top genres were alternative pop, alternative rock, pop rap, indie, and medieval, which fucking I feel like that one got a bit skewed because of all the D&D music, because our number one song is a D&D song that I don't actually listen to, but I played it a lot because we played D&D a lot, you know? Guess? I'm gonna guess that you're the same as mine with 36. Since you were listening to music from the late 2000s, you got decades of good taste, which is funny because I was born in 2000s, so it's like, But yes, mine is 36, which is like fucking 10 years older than I am. 22? You're younger than me. Holy shit. I'm young. I know, it's crazy. We listened to 6,000 songs this year. And then I'm the Lonely Sailor. I'm not going to count it because, again, it's a D&D song, and I really don't think it counts. I listened to a lot of since 2010s. Fair. But I'm Tired bonus track. I will say that is the number one. That one had me in my feelings. We listened to 39 albums. Our top albums were K-pop Demon Hunter, Hit Me Hard and Soft, Even in Arcadia, Sleep Token, Baby Gravy 3, and Mayhem for Lady Gaga. I listened to 348. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I listened to 16,000 minutes of podcasts, and you know who that is. It's Creepcast. It's fucking creep. I'm in the top 2% of fans. I could do better. I could do better, honestly. Because, like, I listen to them on YouTube when I'm watching them, and then I listen to them again on Spotify when I'm working. On, like, the weekends. But, yeah, Creepcast. And then I got a special thank you from Wendigoon. That was pretty cool. And then, but my top artist was Columar McGinnis. I am in the top 0.06% of his global fans, which is crazy to me because I really like listening to his music. I do. I listen to it a lot when just Pixels and I are hanging out, but I do like his covers a lot. And the group I'm in is the Full Charge Crew. Your club is committed to the Endless Party Club. Events are high energy and zero chill, which I think is not exactly true for me, but I do like more hyper music. So, I'm 20%. 20, I thought it was 40. 20, 40, same. But yeah, that was my Spotify Wrapped. I like that they're doing more with it. I know they're taking my information, but 25 here. I listened to. I was 0.3 for ZA, and he didn't give me a thank you. That's how I feel. I feel like Colin McGinnis could have given me a thank you, but I know that he's busy with Kickstarter stuff. You're the recruiter. You share music far and wide, bringing in. Oh, this is fair. You do share a lot. You do. I feel like you tell me about a lot of music, but I feel like this is very fair, especially because like I might have skewed it a little bit because we have the song requests, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. Actually, I'm gonna, cause like I feel bad because like the top like 5 songs are songs that are like I didn't actually listen to them. They're just D&D background ambience. So it kind of feels bad. I wish I could remove them. Exclude from your taste profile. Cool. Wonder what my taste profile is. What they think my taste profile is. All right, let's me see. Where's my brush? Oh, I want a different color. I'd say sweet with a hint of spoiled. Oh my god, speaking of that, okay, wait, two things. The other day, I forgot to tell you guys this. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Where are you? Fucking, you know the VTuber thing where it's like only follow bottoms or only follows tops and stuff? I fucking got one. Wait, I'm following them back, right? Yeah, I am, okay. I got one for fucking only follows brats. I will try to find it. Cause I'm like, I should have told you guys the day of, but I forgot. Yeah, look. Wow, fuck. Look. What the fuck? How did they know? Also, who do they follow? Who are they following? Following. Do I know any of these people? Oh, Willow? That sounds right. Shut the fuck up. Kyrie. I feel like Kyrie's more like she can be bratty, but she's more dumb. Fair. Okay, the other thing. I commissioned this the other month, and I'm really excited. I wonder if the other one's done. But I need to make it my profile picture. Artist dashboard. Nope, not artist dashboard. It's my requests. That one's still in WIP. Okay. Look at it. It's me and my Momo. Look, it's me and my Momo. Can I have a PNG version? I forgot to ask them that. Also, could I have the PFP as a PNG without a background? Hi, Bevan. Who that little fella? This is me and my cat. I like that ink brush model I saw. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, that would, like, so match your style, though. Hold on, where is it? It's one that's, like, where is it? It's this one. It's this one. They have a customizable model, Kiwi. If you ever... Let me see. I think it's in their shop. Yeah, they have a customizable one. Wait, not this one. Are they still working on it? Customizable model. Oh, it's under the... It's on their second account. Okay. That makes sense. They might want to keep the business sales of it different, so that way... Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, look, they have a customizable model. They have a customizable model, and it's only $45. It's only $45. I say only because you know they can be a lot more expensive than that. Send me the link and my life is yours. Cuber, I got you. I'll send it to your DMs. There you go. Yeah, it's only $45. So that's not bad. They also have a male one. They also have a male one coming soon, which is cool. Oh my god, Kiwi! This one's kind of cool too, though. Oh, that one has a sword though. I thought they had like a pencil. I know, very different, but yeah. No, I like this artist a lot. Okay, I gotta change my profile picture. I want to change it to this one. The one I just downloaded. My cat. Me and my kitty cat. Save. Edit profile. Wait, what is their Momoki? I'm like Joel where I want to look androgynous. No, that's fair. I feel like they do androgyny pretty well. I feel like you can make androgyny pretty well with that. He just got bullied by his artist. Fair. Fair. I mean, hey, sometimes that's just how the ball rolls. I didn't put a diamond here. I might have removed it to save space, but I think it'll fit. Yeah. Edit profile. I don't know if Momoki has a blue sky. I don't think they do. Well, okay. Well, I didn't save their username. Oh, that shocked me. And then this one, and then upload from files, and then this one. Come home. Need you to hold me, 'cause it's getting cold, and it's getting stormy. There you go. Me and my little kitty cat. Yes, 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 chat. Look at it. I'm gonna make it my profile picture on Discord. And disable this, and then this. And the give it change avatar. Whoop. I like this preview. I've always liked the Discorded preview. Wait, can I make it? I'm gonna make it a little bit lower. Is this what I first thought? Fair. Same. I'm gonna be honest, when I first heard this song, I thought it was hold on, I wanna go to the shop. Cause they have do they have the Santa hat one? Cause sorry, I don't mean to like expose my DMs, but Chonky has a Chris Santa hat. I kinda want a Santa hat. But I also like the one. Oh, this would be so cute. Oh, that would be so cute. But yeah, no, same. This song, dude, I thought it was a little fuckboy, and then I heard it, and I was like, oh, it's actually kind of fire. Kind of hits. Oh, this one would be cute too, but that one covers Momo. I don't want it to cover my cat. This one's cute too. That one's cute. Is there a Christmas? I thought there is. I feel like there's another Christmas one. Yeah, that's the one we saw earlier. Okay, cool. But my one in Thailand picks up the phone. There was another Christmas one. I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, there was another Christmas one last year. It had like a snowman in it. I remember. Because I think this was brought around near Christmas time, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was exclusive for that time. Because they're different now. So I'm not seeing it. Oh, this cottage house one is cute. I didn't see that one before. No, here it is. No, there's fresh pine. Snow globe? String lights. Snow globe. That was last winter. What? Hold on. I'm not gonna dox myself. But, I wanna check how Chonky got hers. Chonky! How did you get your thingy? Where is it? Oh, wow. Can I not look at their avatar decoration? I thought you could. Oh, what? Discord Santa hat disc decoration. What the fuck? There's nothing I love more than adding a Christmas hat to my PFP. Hat avatar decoration? Can't spell. How did I get the Santa one? Am I going insane? A Christmas hat on Discord. Fuck. Okay, maybe I'm just going insane. Okay, you know, never mind. Too many brain thoughts. Not enough brain for all. Not enough cells. Oh, boop. Alright, I'm just gonna close. Oh, no, I wanted to read that. Let's see if they had new updates. 7-hour growth, introducing the all-new Affinity. It's time to finally announce what we've been working well to Affinity, the creative freedom for all and forever. But November 2nd. Oh, sort by start date, I guess. No? I thought start date, most replies, most used custom. Last post date. Name of last poster. They have a song request. What? No, yeah, I wanted. What? There was a new update. Did they not have a change log for it? A month ago. Important update. What? Did they not have a change? I want to know the change log. Why am I not allowed to know what's in the update? I guess they would tell you in the thing, right? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I lied. Okay, well, that's fine. I can check it later. How do I go back? How do I go back? Okay, I don't know what I did, but I at least went back. Okay, close. Okay. I think I'm trying to decide. I guess this side would be covered, so I guess it doesn't super matter how I do it. Just should do it. Because at least this side kind of makes sense. Hi, Goob! Hi. How are you? Hope you are well. Welcome on in. Thank you for the wellness check. I do need to drink some water. Some normal water. It's fine. I was gonna turn my cat's blanket back on, but she's like dead asleep, so I think I'll just leave it. I'll leave it. Now I feel like while this makes sense here, I think this should go this way. Kiwi, I feel like you sent me this song because you're like, oh, Colin McGinnis. I know something that's got the vibes that Elaine likes. Also, I just looked down on my Spotify and it's still streaming off lossless quality, so I need to change that back. I'm okay. How are you? I don't know if I read that, but I am doing good. I am good. Especially because I get to hang out with you guys. You guys always make my days better. Might start my days unsure about everything. But you guys always make me feel better. That's just starting to make me think I should have split that into two, but we can fix that in a minute. Maybe on spots where it's a bit empty, I could, oh, I'm not liking this part. I guess I could make, like, this bit longer. And then do it like that. I'm kind of excited because I feel like this year I'm trying to really get, or like, I don't know. Because like the past few years I feel about Christmas, I'm like, yeah, Christmas is coming. Meh. But I think this year I'm really excited for Christmas. I think it's because I have like stuff planned. I have people visiting. I have an event for you guys that I want to do that I'm really excited about. Speaking of, I was, for those of you that weren't here during the collab, when I was dead during the collab, I was working on the practice fish. And I think I fucked it up again because I think I miscounted. And so I had to undo it. And then I started it again and then I fucked it up again. Cause like I don't exactly, and I might have to ask Buster about this because like I had to look up some because I don't know all the terminology, and this is the also, you guys don't know this, but this is the first pattern I've ever read. Every time I've come up with an idea for crocheting, I have just kind of winged it and like hoped for the best to happen, which isn't, I wouldn't say it's efficient. I would say it's definitely like a brute force way of doing it. But, you know, I want to give you guys something quality. And so I was like reading through and I'm pausing because I'm trying to make a new slip knot because I want to crochet a little bit. What was I gonna say? I forgot to put myself back on streamer mode. My brain is dying. You give us quality every time you go live. Oh, but I mean like quality. I appreciate that. That's really sweet of you. But I mean quality for like the fish. Cause like I really want to nail these fish, you know. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. That's too far out. Okay, wait a minute. I think I'm on 4. Yeah. And then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope, that wasn't. No, wait, hold on. I worry that you may be working on the fish too hard on the fish. No. Oh, fuck. Wait. I think that was 12. And then never. I always have a quality to things that I do. I miscounted. But no, I think I'm always this way, especially because I'm gonna give them as gifts, and also because like I had to bring my wife something. But yeah, I figured you like Pokemon. I do. I really do. 1, 2. Hold on. 3, 4. I also want to give them like as gifts to my family members, so I might as well get good at them. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know what? I realized the tester fish could have been done with the yarn that looked like the fish. I kind of just now realized. So we're gonna be the guinea pigs? No! If anything, my family's gonna be the guinea pigs. I think that was 13. Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then I turned it, I think. Hold on. How are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, yes, 13. 13, and then we go back. Oh, yeah, I have to pull up the thing. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get I got the tism. I gotta do this really quick. I just want to make the first row. Actually, I want to do the first 6, to be fair. Wait, is that gator on the screen Sino or the chubby gator? It's Claude. It is the albino alligator Claude from the California Science Museum that passed away yesterday. And he made me cry on stream, so now he has to sit on my stream because he made me cry. Did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait, what? 13. Oh, did I do an extra one? Wait, how do I count crochet stitches? Rest in power, Cloud. Yep. Oh, wait, I need to put this on a different screen. Okay. Wait. How to count crochet stitches? So I don't actually know. What is this? It's a count the V's? Okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have one extra. No, I'm supposed to have 14. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Now... Okay, wait. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. So making sure it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Now, how to... Because I think this is the part I'm fucking at. How to single crochet. It's where I put the hook into the thing. I don't know where to put the hook into the hole. Do I put it in one of the V's or do I put it through both of the V's? Yeah. Oh, the quality of this is a little rough. Okay, hold on. Sorry, the quality of that is a little rough. Okay, this one's beginner friendly and it's slow. Good dreams. First row. Okay, wait. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So I insert it to the outside one. BLT? BLT, why aren't you reading the thing? You're enabled. Did he say it? BLT? Why aren't you saying the thing? I guess no one's really checked it. I didn't hear him. Okay, cool. Hold on. Enable DDS for channel point redeems. Yup. Audio. Save. Why aren't you saying the thing? Hold on. VTubes. Disconnect, connect. My source needs a refresh. It's not really a source though. Oops, hold on. Properties, TTS. Let me look at wavelength really quick. Let me see if it's getting it at all. Save. Settings. That is not getting it. What the fuck? Here, maybe I'll just close it. Hold on. Close window. And then I'll reopen it. Stream. Other programs, VTS Pog, because I made sure it at least worked and I should be able to hear it. I don't know why it's not loading though. Song Juke.
Pog Online Poggers.
Okay. Could you guys hear that one? Did you guys hear that?
Pog Online Poggers.
There we go. Okay, cool. I can only count to 4. Why is he not reading this? What? can only count to 4. I can count to 4, but don't know how to read. I know. 4? Can you not? BLT?
Pog online poggers.
So you can say Pog online poggers, but you can't say I can count to 4. What the fuck? What? Okay, well, I don't know why the TTS... So the TTS will do the test, but he's not willing to say anything else. Chat auto TTS chat moderation. Relax. Okay, well, he refuses to say it, so let me refund you. I don't know why he refuses to say it. Literally, I type in what you said. I can only count to 4. Let's head to the Shadow Realm until he learns his lesson. Yeah, I guess I'll have to. Bye-bye, BLT. Bonk. I don't know why it wouldn't work. Save. Hold on, let me close it and reopen it. I'm gonna test it one more time.
Pog online poggers.
I can hear that. I can only count. Yeah, it's refusing to do any other word than the example one. It's really weird. Okay. Okay. Let's do single crochet. I don't know why he's such a binkle butt, but he is. Let's see, 1.
Lizard.
1. Lizard. 2. I know that those ones work because like those ones go through Sammy and not VTS Pog. I don't know, maybe I just need to re-download VTS Pog and then like redo it. Because I just copied it from my computer. Because it's just an exe and stuff, but maybe he needs a fresh install. It's alright. Wait, did I do that right? Chat, I can't see the V's. I'm using like neon orange string and I stopped counting. But it'll magically work tomorrow. That's the hope. So I'm gonna be honest. This dual PC setup, very nice. Very, very nice. Because it puts less stress on my main computer, which I can't afford to lose. And the laptop is not super pogging at handling all the VTuber stuff, and there are VTuber niche things that I'm losing. Like I no longer have mouse tracking, so BLT doesn't look around, my pen mouse tracking doesn't work, and some other things don't work, but it's kind of like whatever at the end of the day sometimes. But it's been a bit stressful, to be honest, to go between 2 computers. Not that I would, like, I know down the line I'd eventually go between 2 computers and stuff, but it's kind of like, I think the setup that I have doesn't exactly work for how we stream here. And so it's been a little tiny baby bit of a burnout of like, not for streaming, but doing the next upgrades for things, because you guys deserve good stream quality and not to have hiccups during streams. And I understand that at the same time, what's a stream without stuff, you know, at the end of the day. But at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, we want to be bigger, we want to be better, we want to do new things. But I think I might have to modify the layout a bit, and it's giving me a little bit of stress, but we'll figure it out at the end of the day. And that's the important part. Okay. Also, I had more crochet things on my desk that I wanted to put in this little baggie. If the world was like, I think, like, a big problem that I have with trying to do, like, dual PC setups is it's taking into account that a lot of dual PC setups, we know you're doing your best and it's fine to coast when things aren't burning down. Thank you. Thank you. It's like life's been a little bit more stable because of Enshrined giving me a somewhat of a part-time job and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, I still want to build my career here, and like with the dual streaming, it's the presumption of, well, VTuber things don't work essentially a lot with dual stream setups, and it's been a bit of a bumpy thing of like trying to understand like what I lose and what I gain, right? But also it's hard because it's like sunken cost fallacy for a lot of things, right? And like, so how we'd probably do it, and I'm just gonna draw it out because I can. Do two. Essentially right now, I'll sketch it. Actually, sketching it would be better. So the laptop and then the main PC, right? The PC and then the laptop. I think I like this. The laptop, like stream goes through this, right? And then I work, or I'll just say art. I art off of this guy. And for the most part that works, because at the very least the laptop can handle OBS, you know? But now the PC can handle games, right? And if I wanted to do crazy video edits, there's nothing stopping me. And stuff like that, like the Vink. And so we can do all the things on this, right? But VTuber stuff is very intensive, and the laptop, even though it's a good laptop, it's a good gaming laptop, has a bit of a stutter. So it's kind of like, it's questionable. You also lose out on like tracking, and there's some audio things that don't exactly work the same way either, because I have to stream the audio. Let me use a different color. You have to stream the audio, which allows me less control over balancing, which makes me a bit upset because, you know, I want to make sure the audio is very balanced. I also am doing my screen, so I'm also screen capturing my screen. But that means I have no control over what you see in a way, other than just hiding my screen like I do with the hub screen. Like, you can tell when I alt tab. You can tell when I alt tab in games, and that panics me, especially if we're doing like a let's play of a game, right? I don't want to be alt tabbing, because sometimes I have the alt tab because maybe I have to check something on Discord, or maybe I need to change something with the music, and I don't want the alt tab popping up. But whatever, at the end of the day, it's like, it's not a real loss if you guys have to see me alt tab, but it's like a quality thing that I like to have, that like if we're in a game, we're in a game, and if I have to alt tab, you don't see that because it breaks the immersion a little bit. And then but what I wanted to do personally, and what I think would be best, is I have the laptop Alright, we'll call it LP. Do you prefer full screen capture over window capture? So when I do art, yes. When I do games, I like the window capture. But so we'll call. So what I would prefer. Oh wait, did I fuck that up? Yeah, I did. Okay. So what I would prefer is, let's say this is the stream. This is the stream PC. And this is the game PC. Most of the stuff that we do here is not that intensive. Unreal Engine, DaVinci, and games are the biggest hits on my computer that my computer can't really have, which is not really good for its longevity of its life. But you know, but the most of the stuff that we do here is fine, and because we are a VTuber. Oh, we have to have OBS, and let's say like Fuji Tech, for example. That was another thing that I found out today was kind of rough to figure out. And audio, a lot of the audio comes from what we're doing over here, to be honest. Well, let's say like Spotify. We'll be specific. We'll say Spotify. Okay. All of this could be done on like this would become the main computer that I'm working off of. So that way I don't have to transfer files back and forth. And also because we have a lot of interactive streams, I do a lot of things through OBS and my VTuber, and there comes this like hiccup when I have to go between the two to do an interactive thing, for example. Where yeah, so that. And then but here we do like games. Right? We do games. Let me try to stabilize. We'd have sometimes I guess DaVinci wouldn't be the worst, like if we wanted to render something just to see how it looks, and then Unreal Engine. And then the only thing really at the end of the day that we'd have to bring back to this computer is the screen and the audio, but it's already going to capture the audio. But that's only one channel of audio and one screen. There's nothing I'd really hide. It's just a game. It's whatever. Whereas with the current PC and the game PC, and also I realize this might be a little hard to see. Oh, sorry. So with the current setup, it's like we have the VTuber over here. We have OBS over here. We have what I thought we had, but we have like browser stuff over here. And instead browser stuff could be on this side. We have my mic. That's another thing. My mic could be on this one. Let's put Discord on here. Because Discord now has to be over here. Okay, and Discord. It's kind of, I think that's it. Browser, mic, Discord. I guess we could do the desktop. Right? And then it's an interesting to see people's setups and the problems and solutions they have. Yeah. That's why I kind of want to talk about it. Also, it's not a big thing that's talked about, and I feel like more people should talk about it. So VTuber OBS, and then we do so VTuber OBS and then the plugins. But that's like whatever. So right now this is how it works, right? Is like, and then like games. Right? And then let's just say that we're doing the same ones, right? And then Fuji Tech, or yeah, with how it is now. Fuji Tech, Spotify. Yeah, this is how I have to explain this. Mic, Discord, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So for audio, which I wonder if stream stickers broke BLT without roar. I don't think so because they're separate. They're separate. One's a browser source. One is a audio plugin for VTube Studio. It could be the wait, hold on. Is this a problem? No, because that can't be the. I was like wondering if the plugin wasn't. If the plugin wasn't working on this computer, which is entirely possible. But if that was the case, no, yeah, it's fine. If that was the case, it wouldn't work in the first place. But essentially, so blue's gonna be audio. This is audio, right? So because I'm listening over here, I have to send OBS and Spotify back and Discord now. So let's just, this is how it is right now. I'll just cross this out. All right, so just erase it. And I send back, you guys, I send my browser back, my mic back, my desktop back, and my game. So however loud my desktop is, my games are also that loud, which I have it separated. On my old PC, I had it much more separated, which I prefer. But, so technically the browser and Discord were also like, these were one before I realized I had to use Discord over here on the streaming computer. But it's a lot of like routing and going back and forth, whereas like, so I'm essentially having to send, and the desktop audio also has to get sent back. So if there's an error or something, or if there's a stream alert, it gets sent back. So it's kind of like I have to send 4 channels this way and then 3 channels this way. But with Voicemeeter Banana, you only have like 5. And like, to be fair, that fits in this number, but it's like a lot of like specifics that no one really does. I was wondering if this is art or just chatting, but then realized it's basically an MS Paint rant. Sorry for the tangent. It is just an MS Paint rant. But I thought I think this solution would be more in line with what we do than this one. Hi, Shippy! Thank you for the bonk. Are you going to sleep? It is getting late. But, yeah. Sorry for my rant. Might have had a bit of a discussion with someone earlier about this, and we didn't see eye to eye, so. Just gotta talk about it now. Lana, passed my final 195. Let's go! Also, Daedalus is 4 out of 5 now. Let's fucking go. Okay, keep it simple, stupid. Fair, but also, fair. That's what I thought personally. I thought my method is keep it simple. Wow, keep it simple, stupid. No, it's keep it simple, stupid. I know that phrase. It's keep it simple, stupid. Oops. But good job, Sheppy. But I think that the method that I talked about, where like I'm primarily working off the computer that is streaming, would work better because I can play D&D again after a long time. Fuck yeah, 2 wins for you one day, very nice. But it's like less back and forth, whereas like right now it's a lot of back and forth. But it's whatever, we'll figure it out. And I'm ranting because the people that are still talking about it, so I'm just whatever. Yay, look at you. I hope you had some yummy food to celebrate you passing, by the way. Remember me. Should Elaine be airing this out on stream? Probably not, but fuck it. You guys are my family. I think less transfer will be better for you. Yeah, honestly, because like I've had to copy and paste files over and over and over and over and over again this last 2 weeks. Not really that much. It was like 3 times, and it's a bit much. And I'd rather just screen share. Like, I'd rather just be like, I'm screen sharing my game. Look at this. I did not yet. I'm going out with the husband tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go. Well, I hope it is scrumdiddlyumptious. I'm also, to be fair though, what I'm trying to achieve is not the norm. If being a VTuber and its tech is niche, what is more than niche? What is smaller than niche? I am nicher than the niche, you know? But I would think, to be fair, while I'm not the tech savviest, that after 4 years or so of doing this, 3 or 4 years or so of doing this, then I kind of know what I'm doing. I'm not done yet. I'm going out with the husband. Oh, I did not yet. Okay, I'm gonna go back to helping out further with Make It Easier. Have fun. Do you have an external hard drive? Maybe some kind of bus to act like an I do. Have a good stream. Thank you. So we have a NAS that my roommate hosts. You sound like a niche hipster. I didn't plan to be. But we have this NAS that works over our LAN, and essentially you can move files back and forth, essentially through the internet. And so I move files back and forth. But it's not really good to work off of a NAS. So I had to like copy it off of here and put it on the laptop instead of like how I usually do it, which is like make it and then put it in a folder and then just reference it. But we got, you know, everybody's gonna have learning curves. Everyone has learning curves, I guess. I think I need to make this less bright. All we have is your mother, hold your hand. I'll be there for you. I gotta go see the cats tomorrow. And by cats, I mean I have a somewhat neighbor. They're just people that live in the apartment complex. They're not exactly close to me. They're kind of on the other side of the complex. But I gotta take care of their cats. And they have a really fat cat, and I like him. And his name is Beta. And they're Chinese cats, technically. And before you're like, Elaine, what does that mean? They're from China. The family moved from China to America. Right now, they are in China, so I get to take care of their cats. Then at the end, stronger than... I'm excited to see them because I like them. Even though they're shy. They're very shy. I have a picture of them. I'll put it in the fridge. I'll show you guys a picture of them. Where is it? This is... I don't get a picture of... I vote we create some magical futuristic second brain to take care of everything. That'd be great. That would be great. But alas, I just have ADHD, which is what my therapist calls autism and ADHD. But I didn't get a picture of the other cat because he keeps hiding away from me. They both hide away from me, but at least this one was on the cat tree so I could take a picture. But this is Beta. He's a big lad. He's a very big lad. And when he tries to scamper around, you can hear it, 'cause you can hear the little claws digging into the carpet to like drag himself. The other cat, Shuka, is not as big. The very normal sized gray cat, but Beta's a big boy. But I get to take care of them every other day, and it's nice. They're like super shy, but like I just like taking care of cats because they're cats. Hi, Moon. But yes, we love them. I love them very much. And this is my first time cat sitting, and it's been cool. I don't know. Gets me out of the house. Don't mind it super much. But I've been meaning to talk about it more. It's a thing. Like, I wake up and I go do it. It's the cat version of T-Rex from Jurassic. I was thinking he's kind of like the cat version of, oh, what do you call him? The Umber Chat from the D&D movie. Hi, Moon. But, Yeah, no, I love them very much, and I'm happy to take care of them. I don't know if this is gonna look good, chat. I've been going through the motions of it, but I don't know how I feel about it. Fucking love that. Me too. I wanted the Remember Chad, Funko Pop. I know Funko Pop kind of sucks, but like, huh? Oh, the Thumber Chad. I thought it was the Umber Chad. But look at him. He's your donkey. He's your donkey. He's your donkey. I love him. But I don't know if they're ever gonna sell him anymore. I did send you that minifig. The minifig? It was a TikTok. I think I remember it. Yes, no, I remember it. Nope, I remember it. I remember it. I remember it. I love it so much. I want one so bad. I remember, I think 2 years ago, when like the movie had just come out, I did like, I looked at so many like hobby stores to see if I could get one. But alas, it eluded me. Do you think this is gonna look good? I don't know if this is gonna look good. I'm trying to make like a wreath. Did they have? Okay, I go back. Who do they follow? Because I feel like they probably follow artists that are very similar. I feel like this person. Yeah, this person is a Pokemon person. Look at this. This is cute. I just want to see a garland in this style. In the Pokemon style. Was that the Mighty Nine? Wait, I saw something. Did my eyes deceive me? What was that? I think my eyes deceived me. What? They have D&D stuff. Yeah, this is the Mighty Nine. But that's not... I don't know. I don't know what I saw. This art style is different. Not in a bad way. It's just not exactly what I was looking for. I think I'd rather just go back. I want to try one more thing before I settle on the way we just did it. So I feel like there's one more way we could try this. Close curve. Yeah, I like that leaf shape. I think that leaf shape is good. And then I think we could do a compound layer. Great compound. Yeah, that's fine for now. Yeah, I like this idea more. Because then I can see the silhouette of it. Disappear for days. Would I want to make a garland? No, I think the garland should, like a cartoon garland should have more variants, right? Hold on, but it's gonna get better. I don't know what's going on, but it's gonna get better. I think that variance comes from something else. Also, my VTube studio is lagging, and I can see that, and it's annoying me. Throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel. Oh, I forgot that lags the computer out. Oops. Whoopsie. Cool. That's better. I'm sorry if it was lagging all day. Did not notice. Apologies. I'm feeling I'm tongue-tied. What you know me? But inside, I'm living for the moment. Oh! Oh! Elaine's brain is doing a thing. Kitchen sink, I don't wanna feel, I don't wanna feel. Oh, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. Then let's do the other side. I want to do the other side. And now I gotta decide if I want to make this. I think this makes sense. This makes sense to me. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm unwritten, and me my mind. I'm on the mind. Ew, why is it lagging again? Ew, I see it lagging again. Why are you lagging again? I think I know why I was lagging again, chat. I forgot I had Video Ninja open this entire time. Chat, I think that might have been a problem. That might have been the problem. I say as I look over and I see it's still lagging. It's okay. It's okay. That'd do it. Yeah, I think that was a big part of it at the very least. No break tradition. Okay. I think that's better. Staring at the blank space before. Have you checked your task manager? I did. I wish I could show it to you, but it's on the other computer. But no, it's like fine. Hello, welcome on in, Mari. What's up? Nothing much. Just chilling. How you doing? How you doing? I mean the memory's like a bit high, but I mean most of that's OBS, and I don't know what I can do about that. I could like maybe like do this. Let's see, have that closed. Maybe if I quit Discord, that would help. I think everything else I need open. Can close that. Oh, good? Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing? How are doing? You having a good day? I'm just chilling, doing some art, trying to make a Christmas theme in a specific style that I think I can do, but it's also a little hard. Because I've never done it before, but that's the fun part about it. I'll move this up. Feel the rain on your skin. How skin feel it for you? I don't know if making these bigger make any sense. Like, I don't know if they'd just all be the same size. Because, like, I think I angled it too much, actually. Oh, it's on your lips. Big grains are good grains. Big grains. Big. Big. I feel like it's getting bigger, and I don't know what to do. Okay, you're cold. Good point. Let me make another curve. Hold on. I just kind of want to... Come back. Okay. And then I want to group them. Never tried to make a garland before, I think. Like, the more I think about it, I'm like, why does this feel so weird? I think I've never made one before. Ooh, thank you for the song request. Ooh, a streak. Thank you for the streak. Oh, my neck. Oh, Lord. Look what came up while looking. Oh, okay, wait. I want the sexy Cthulhu one. Look at him. $64. It's not worth $64. There's a cuter one out there. I'm sure that's also that much. $64 for a Funko Pop. Psh. Psh. Is this too thick? I legit forgot. What do you mean you forgot? You literally sent it to me 10 minutes ago. How could you, what? I want a Christmas garland cartoon. Okay. Same thickness. I think I'll just keep it like this for now. Okay, that's too repetitious. If I took this bit, nope. How do I these be it. Oops. Doop 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 doop. What you doing? Making a Christmas garland. And ADHD, motherfucker. Fair. Okay, you might have got me on that one. Kiss my lips and you save me. My knees are for to ease. Stand in your heart without falling to your feet. Ooh. There's an extra one here. Oops. Touch your face. It guns and I cried. Go with hands now. That one has hands. Oh wait, or you mean other one? Show me. Show me. I'm curious. Close my eyes. Is this garland? Is it the garland string or the wreath? It's like the garland string. It's this thing. It's this thing. I think it's the garland. The garland. I'm just trying to have it follow a curve. As I touch your face, now it burns. I cried and I knew it. Whoa, that's spooky. I like it though. I like the little V mouth. Well, someone died and I knew it. That was the last time. Last time. Wake up on the dawn. I need this. I've never had a nice one growing up. I always had the shiny plastic strips. Fair. I did too. Because of Pixels' mom, we have like a nice one in the living room that we never take down. But yeah, we have one. We have one. I've never had a garland like growing up, but it's really nice to have. I think it adds a lot of nice greenery to the house. Because I can't have a lot of plants in the house because I don't want my cat eating them. I like the CDs. To the rain of your eyes into the waves. And when someone died, as I knew it, that was the last time. Last time. Oh, oh no. The fish. What do you mean that's in there? I think adding the little ones help a lot. Little ones break it up, look more natural. Yeah, I agree. We'll make like a one that's like further back. Took too long to find the new ones that work with those. Took so long to find new ones that work with those. Was this an active hunt that you had? Yeah. I don't like that it like pastes in a place I don't want it to paste, but that's okay. Have you ever considered making graphics for programs like Canva where you get royalties for people using? I haven't. I figured that there's so many people out there doing that, and I'm just like, meh. That would be cool. Before I only had this, I wanted more. Fair. Not many things can capture the fun that Naomi is, to be fair. So it's an understandable hard thing to do. Semi-active, I'd sub to channels. I like, then check if any work. Fair. Oops. I think I want to bring some to the bottom. Oops. Oh, I put one there already. I mean, that's not the worst. I mean, technically, there is the original. Oh, is that what it came from? From Shenpai's stuff? Damn. Scrolling mine, and this says Elaine. It does. I like that one. Is that Lady Oka one? It is an Oka one. I like it when I can recognize the VTubers and the streamers when I see the emotes. Means good emote. You cannot heave money, oh yeah. Cannot heave money, oh no. That's because one in the way. Oh, I have to add so many more. But it isn't a face. Fair, but it kind of looks like you're gonna grab the hips. I feel like I get gifted a lot of random VTubers. You probably do. Because for the most part, gifted subs will not only go out to the community, and then it'll go out... Like, it'll not only go to the community, but it'll also go out to, like, random people. That's why it's really good if you're trying to build, like, a Twitch community and a following to actually push for gifted subs more than any other form of, like, donation or anything. Because then, like, you know, you get a gifted sub, you might be obligated to go check them out. You know? Grab it, it dies. I like the long ones too. I think it would be fun to get one for BLT, one of those long ones. Thank you for the lyric. BLT needs a wide one. He does. Oh, like one. You mean like the high one, like this one? Like that one. Cannot hear money or no. Oh, uh-oh. It's kind of gone a bit down too far. Oops. Oh my god, how did I do this? Doot, 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 doot. No, just an expandable belly. Oh, oh yeah, okay. No, definitely fair. I definitely want one of those. There we go. So those sub-related ones? How so? What dost thou mean by that? Whoa. Those are weird. What the fuck? What does that mean? I think this looks kind of cute. The sniped sub is like targeted GIF, and the sub bomb is for like, oh, interesting. What's the other one? The top ones. Oh, those are logos. Oh, they're like tiers. Interesting. I never thought about doing like it tiered that way. She's making me nervous. I think this is cute, but I'm also kind of like curious about something. Because like I kind of want the inside of the leaves a little bit, but I don't know how much of that I want. Oh, wait. Would that work that way? Not that one. That would just do the outlines. Like if I did no. This? The streamer is one of those Twitch's biggest tiered streamers. He even has access. What does that mean? Oh, is that the 4K streaming one thing? Kind of thing? I think she knows. I think she knows. Path brush tool. Let's do that. Because I want to try it like this. Oops. Let me use the right color. Once a month, he streams to just interesting. Huh, I didn't know you could do that. I feel like it's a bit exclusive, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's kind of like having like a you know, like a Minecraft server that's subscribers only. I need you. I'm using like all the wrong colors right now. This looks like this is reminding me of the fucking Homer Simpson hedge meme right now. And not Christmas, I'm gonna be honest. It's like an incentive, but to be honest, his chat treats it more like a caste system. More as a caste system as a joke. Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, sheepy baby. Sheepy kitty. Let me turn our blanket on. Like nobles and peasants. Oh. Meh. 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 Don't really like that. Not really my cup of tea, that one. But, you know, each to their own. I want the colors from this. I like the colors that they use in this. Ah, that's a bit better. Still reminding me a bit of the Homer Simpson meme. But it's a bit better. Say that you're sorry at the end of the night. Up in the morning, everything's alright. End of it's alright, you're holding me tight. You everywhere. What's all the thinking? He pretty much built his community that way because he times out people for being annoying, but if you're not a regular offender and a tier 3, he'll let it slide once because you're pay to win. I mean, like, I get having, like, a bit of, like, leeway towards, like, a normal, like, regular chatter. Right? Because maybe you know a little bit more, but... Mega to me. Don't you find I think about it? I think I like that. Like that. It's like this. If anything, he times out the regulars the most, and they make a game of it. Like, the ones, like, I think it can be fair. I don't know. Like, Uber Hackster Nova kind of does that, but, like, in the sense of, like, his chat likes to backseat a lot. Like, a lot. and he doesn't like it. He has like warnings about it on his streams and stuff, but they like to backseat him a lot. And so what he does is especially if he doubts it, he'll be like, "All right, bet. Put a 10-day on it." And if they get it wrong and like he proves on stream that they are incorrect, he will time them out for 10 days. And I think that's fucking hilarious in my opinion. Cause like, I don't know. That's a hill they want to die on, you know? Noble will give them their chance. I think it's funny. It's kind of same. Fair. But like, it's for anybody. It's not just, I feel like it's not just like subs and stuff. But like, well, or I guess to say no one is exempt from it, I should say. I think you might like him because you have similar energy to the Nova I remember. Oh, yeah. I think a lot of the times, like, I mean, if I think about it, to be fair, even when I, like, even sometimes I do go back and I watch, like, the old Uber Hacks or Nova, I remember as a kid, I wanted to be like him. Like, he definitely, like, was an idol to me growing up. Not like the Rage Nova, but just sort of the silliness of him, his goofiness, his wanting to like have skits and stuff like that. And definitely if you're like, Elaine, you're kind of a copycat of this person, I'd be like, okay, well, yeah, what do you want from me? Because I very much like him. And like I think it's cool. Like he really wants to someday make like an agency for people or for streamers or content creators who just don't have enough to do the cool things that they want to do, and I think that's kind of cool. Words out, I'll tell you are 30. Asking for much, man. You call me at my own wrist, just to see if you want me. Yeah. I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. With myself on the internet, trying to see what you'll find. I think this is looking pretty cute. So easy leaving everything behind. Ha 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 ha. Just things look so cool, getting high. Cause you wanna fly. I look so cool, I wanna die. I think that's cute. What do you think, chat? I think it's a cute base wreath. It's very thick though, isn't it? I kind of made him a thick boy. The more I look at it, I kind of made him a thick boy, gonna be honest. Fuck. I know that feeling. I was fantasizing yesterday about getting my own office to set up my own studio, and I'd be like, $20,000 to have everything. Yeah. I think, like, that's how I think sometimes when I'm like, it would be so cool if I could just have a house of me and my friends and like utilities are paid for, but I can't afford a house. I'm trying to make this a little bit thinner. Oh, no. There we go. I think thick is good because you give it a room to wrap without making it look weird. It gives you room to warp it. That's fair, but like this is kind of how it looks on the stream. So I feel like it could be a little thinner. Or I'm like, we can always like duplicate it and make a variant of it. Let me grab the screen. Not have the blinding part of it, huh? That was a 2-room 300. Jesus, that's kind of small. Wreath. Always. I selected something else. It's like I don't know what I selected. Fuck. It was by Skate City, if you remember where that is. I do remember where that is. I do remember where that is. Man, I used to love Skate City. I used to fucking love Skate City, dude. I was always wanting to go more than I could. Where's the select tool? Shape builder view tool. I remember actually my elementary school. I feel like I might have told the story before, but when I was in elementary school, was it elementary? I think. I don't know if this is like a Colorado thing or not. So Kiwi, feel free to let me know. When I was in son of a bitch. There was a time when my sister was going every weekend. Hey, it was a thing to do. Oh, let me turn this off. I think it was elementary. I'm gonna say elementary school. And the school wanted to do a field trip. Can you guess where we went? We went ice. Okay, I don't know. I'm really bad at telling stories right now. I don't know why. My brain, I think, might be dying. We went to an ice skating rink. They took elementary schoolers to an ice skating rink to go ice skating. And, like, none of us had ice skated before except for, like, 2 people. And they were, like, my friends. It was my friend Ariana and my friend, what was his name? Isaiah. And they knew how because one of them did ice skating before. And the other one knew because he did ice hockey. And all the other kids, we were like, well, you don't know. That wasn't a thing elementary kids school. And elementary kids school did a lot, and so I didn't think. And then one girl ended up losing her tooth, and I have a scar from it somehow because, like, I guess I scratched my arm on something, and it fucked me up. That's a hockey country thing? We're not a hockey country, though, are we? I wouldn't say that we're a hockey country. Also, sorry I told that story, like, really bad. Hold on. Well, I think that can be right. Just gotta fix a few things. Hi, I'm lonely. Oh, is Vex asleep? I'm sorry if they are. Sorry that you're lonely. I get it though. That's why we're here. Hang out with us. No sweat, Leo. But the springs are special. That's true. That's true. We do have the Olympic Training Center. But I still feel like it's a little weird to send elementary schoolers to go ice skating. So without saying goodnight to me, maybe they fell asleep. Were they tired? Maybe they passed out. I feel like I fucked it up because now it's like wonky, I think. So it's always been wonky. Nah, it's always been wonky, it looks like. Maybe her phone died again. Oh, maybe. I didn't have the ice skating trip, but I had NORAD. I want to go to I'd want to go to NORAD, dude. What the fuck you mean you went to NORAD? I want to go to NORAD. I want to go to NORAD. I only found out about that after moving, actually. There we go. They don't, what do you mean they don't do public tours anymore? What? I mean, fair, but like, what? My time, it's past. Should have been born sooner. Give me this one, bro, please. There is one that is right here, and you're not giving. It's not giving it to me, chat. Boop. I don't mind that. They had a small section that they made in all in alien. Dude, that sounds cool as fuck. What do you mean? I'm past my. I was born too late. That sounds cool. Don't know if I want that one. Don't know if I want that one. Do that. Bass. Dirty stinking bass. Big dirty stinking bass. I didn't know that one. I think we only got in because one of my classmates had a parent that worked there. Damn. Did they become the cool kid after that? I hope they did. Okay, so this is them side by side. I think the thinner one is better because, like, I can do this. Can I do a live warp? Mesh. A. I'm lazy. Fuck. Yeah. What do you mean? Hold on, what the fuck? We also did a couple days of camp when I finished 4th grade. I almost got shot with an arrow. Like, where though? Like, would it be fatal? And I got to run on tie ropes and trees. Damn, that's some main character ass energy you got there. I mean, that's kind of cute, chat. That's kind of cute. No weed. I don't need no heroin. I don't want no coke. I went over my shoulder. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. That would have sucked. I think I need a thing. Big dirty stinking base. Dirty stinking base. Big dirty stinking base. Yeah, there we go. And now garlands have bows and stuff, right? Are you going to decorate it with popcorn and cranberries? I don't know about popcorn, but probably cranberries, but I'm gonna be lazy about it. Actually, let me do open recent. Hats. I think it's hats. Yeah. Speaking of hats. Speaking of hats. Whoop. There.
Open your door.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, that scared me. Welcome on in, Nixie Nova. How are you doing? I hope you had a wonderful raid. Hi, 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 hi. Sorry, my mouse tracking isn't working, and so it... Oh, there we go. Ha, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. If you need a raid and rest, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy us hanging out with me as I Christmasify my stream. If you have any comments, questions, or otherwise, please let me know. Cause I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing. I think we should grab the berries by themselves. Where are the berries? Open recent hats import. I'm back. You are. Hello. Look at you. Welcome on in. Oh, I guess welcome back on in. How was your stream? What'd you do? Rider Adrift. I do like that name as well. You guys. Oh, look, there's Ray. Hi, Ray. Hi, Ray. You guys play Dispatch? How was Dispatch? I'm back to Chase the Brownie. Hello. Oh my goodness. Look at all the familiar faces. Hello, friends. Welcome on in. Hope you guys had a wonderful time. Feel free to let us know what you got up to. Sorry, Dispatch, how are things? They are good. I am currently decorating. We are decorating this guy. Okay. We're currently decorating the Christmas cranberry. That's not how you spell cranberry. Okay. We're currently making some cute little things for stream. If you want, you can tell us how it went. Otherwise, feel free to tell us, like, let me think. I like thinking of questions. How's your day going? Having a good day? Having a good day? Did you eat dinner yet? If you did, what did you have? Is the outline going through here? It is not. There we go. I saw champagne. It's Armageddon. Sorry if I'm a little all over the place. My brain is a little eepy, but we're getting through it. But yeah, I'm really excited that you guys are here. If you ate anything interesting today, you could tell us. If you play D&D, what's your favorite class? It was super fun. My community is so funny and sweet. I ate mac and cheese for dinner. Ooh, also, I love the video made about Ray. That's my bestie. And no worries, girl. How are you? I am good. Just vibing, really. Just vibing. Really, at the end of the day, that's all I'm doing. Vectors, convert to curves. Break curves. Vector, convert to curves. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you want, I can make one about you. Thank you for the wellness check. I do need to drink more water. I'm like not drinking enough water today. You two are cute. You two are cute. Hey, Buster. Hello. Okay, I gotta do this one more time, and then I gotta rasterize it. So it can be tiny, because I want it to be tiny. I'm just some gremlin. Now I have to do it. Well, now I have to do. I don't know. That kind of sounds like now I gotta do it. What do you? I think, chat. I think. Raise my IRL best. That's so cool. You guys know each other in real life. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking sick. Hold on. I wanna take the little butt off it. I've decided I want to take the little butt off the cranberry. Because that's distracting me. Oh, but then I want baby. Give me dish. A wonk. Wonk. A wonk. Maybe I should be released from the shadow zones to say hi. Okay. He may be released. Womp. He was in the shadow realm because he didn't want to say hi. He might still be broken. Let me check. Yeah, he's still broken. Can he say hi? No, but he can say Pog Online Poggers.
Pog Online Poggers.
There we go. I would fear disappointment, but you're so sweet. Oh, you don't... No, you're fine. There's no disappointment to be had. I'm just sharing things about people because I genuinely enjoy you. You know? Okay, now let's try this. Y'all are too sweet. Yeah, you never disappoint. No one can disappoint me. Because I'm just making videos about people who are neat. I love Vexed. We all love Vexed. We all love Vexed very, very much. Especially Buster. Wink wonk. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I'm getting a little sleepy. But I really want to finish this because I think it'd be cute. I'm starting to think... No, I think they're cute. I think it's cute having the little highlight. Would you be tonight? That's the question. Have you hydrated and eaten? I have hydrated. I have not eaten recently. I took a little edible because I just kind of want to chill. My brain's like running a million miles an hour right now. So I was like, you know what would be tasty? A little edibibe. An edibibe day, you know? So I had one of those, and now we're just vibing. We are just vibing, and I apologize if consumption of the edibibe day makes you a bit uncomfortable, but I promise it's just chill. It's just chill. I don't know where to put these berries. Are berries like in a regulated spot, or are berries just kind of where berries be doing berries? Hi, Sessions, a Nikki video, if I may say so. She has a beautiful and unique singing voice and has the first big... Oh, bet. On God, bet. I got you. Hold on. Wrong computer. I love it when people are sweet to one another. I feel that I actually just bought edibles to try to help me sleep tonight. Oh, mood. I have like these cookie dough ones, and it's just, oh, I love them. Usually for starting on collab, so it's not going to be fair. I have no choice but to love her despite what she says fair. The council has spoken. It has. The Nixie Nova. There. Actually, I don't... Are you an artist by any chance? Do you front as is your main branding as an artist, or do you just do like streaming and games and music and stuff? Because then I can categorize. Is where we drop who the person who requested the last one? Huh, yeah, no, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know, but yeah, Vex was the one that suggested Ray. I'm an artist as well. I gaming, singing, art, variety for sure. What say you, Ray? No, that's fine. It's however you see yourself. I see Nixola and the Novocaine is a wonderful person. Oh, okay, awesome. Then they'll be in V highlight. She makes all. Oh my god, I want more meme emotes. I love the puffer fish one and the cheek pull one. I've been summoned, you have been. But now Buster's gonna be mad at you because you didn't tell them good night before you fell asleep. She makes awesome emotes too. Girl, I make you so many meme emotes. I got you. Bet. Then you know what? Okay, hold on. I have a list of things. I have a list. Bet. Wait, is this the right one? This is not the right one. You and Ray will go into a box together. You, Ray, and Nixie, Nova. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I have a blind box. I have this little blind box that I have on stream. Now I'll redeem one. And every month is a different theme. What? Wait, that list is. Thank you. This is my brain. Ellie, yeah, Ellie's in here. But I make little beans, and as you saw, you can get them, and I do commons. You can get it on Etsy. It's not a lot, but you do have to buy it. But I have a blind box that happens every month, and I gotta click things. How do you make the brain? How do you the brain? Set one. Set one's gotta have the card. Yes. So set one. I made set one was the origins box. These are all my pets. This is my wife, me and my friend Womble. And then this was October. The brain. Oh, this is PureRef. PureRef is actually an organizational art tool where you can, it's mainly used for references, and it's made so like you can zoom in and it won't lose fidelity. You could make it bigger and whatever, and you can have like an infinite scrolling program. It's free. You can donate if you want, but it is free and it's really nice. So I suggest if you guys want one, you should get one. But yeah, so we had set one, and then but yeah, I use it to organize like everything. And then we had set two for last month, and then these were the special ones. And if chat collects them all, I give them a cute little stream avatars hat. Last year was this, or not last year, last month was this turkey hat. And then this is the current one. And as you can see, the middle row is always VTubers because fuck it. More ways to shout out VTubers. How can I not? And then I do them thematically each month. But yeah, if you guys have 3 hours, huh? But yeah, if you guys are interested in getting it for yourself, stream elements blind box. Is it this one? It is. It's this person. The Cozy Deck was home for 3 hours. Maybe they needed, decompress. I don't make art, but I need to get my life together. Fair. Honestly, I use it a lot for just organization. But yeah, like they have a bunch of them. This is the one I got to collect plushies, but you can do any of them. They just kind of come with the art. So if you wanted, I just, oh, and I'll start because I bullied her into giving us stream avatars. Yes, this is true. Oh, Tamagotchis, that would be fun. Yeah, they have Tamagotchis. I think this was kind of a newer one. It's actually really cool. I'd have to have someone like animate this for me though. Damn, came running because I heard blind box. Yeah, we're talking about the blind box. We're talking about the blind box and how I do the blind box stuff. But yeah. So if Brain, so Nixie and Ray, if you have a third person that you would like to be in the box with you guys, if you have like a third person, because I try to do them in groups, then let me know, because for set 3 it's Beezy, her best friend Pat, and Yuzu. So Hoya Nightshade. Hoya, okay, I got you. Hoya Nightshade, I got you. Bet. All right. I don't know what month you'll be. Because I do. Oh, I have to type it. Hoya Night. She's one of our besties. You got it, Nightshade. Cause I also just do fan art ones sometimes. Like I made one for Ochi Mantoda. I made one for Nahoko Veta and Art of Gabby, which I'm sure you guys have heard of them. Neil Malay, Crimbo Kills, Nilbog, Rat Cousin, and This Is God were last month. It's just I just do what I do. I just do what I do. But yeah, sometimes I just make them for fun, and then sometimes like I did Sino the Crocodile. The Roxy Trio. I like that. Actually, Roxy. But yeah, I did Sino as like just one for fun. I did Sachiko, an artist friend of mine. Crimbo was also just for fun. I also did The Archivist, which check them out if you haven't, and Howkey Web. All amazing people. And they're like a bit unconventional from normal milk beans, because milk beans are restricted to these colors, which are my chat mascots, and they're made out of the outside is milk and the inside is your soul. Your little jelly bean. You have little hats and stuff, but the custom ones I make are like a little bit different. They kind of break the rulage for it. Horsey. I was sitting there patiently waiting for her to exist, and she didn't even think to text me for like 3 hours. Convinced her to add them to her VGen. No, they're special. Kiwi, if you want one, you can have one. All you gotta do is ask, you goober. Make them because I like it. Because sometimes, you know, when you make art, it's kind of more about like, doing it for the fun of it. Because I think I'd like to have something that's like not specifically like someone is counting on me to do it, other than myself, of course. Royal Rusty, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Girl, you need money too? I know, but that's why I do other things. Like, that's why we're gonna do Fishmas. Well, I mean, I'm probably gonna lose money on Fishmas. And those of you who don't know what Fishmas is, it's the first year we're doing this. Maybe the last time we're doing it, depending on how crazy it gets. But on December 18th, which I guess I could start making the thing for it now. Forget my day has been a long day. You're good. You're good. I love you the way you are. So, chat allowed us to get this pattern. And so I'm going to make fish for chat. All you got to do is on December 18th, if you gift 5 subs, I will make you a fish that looks like this in any color that you want. The plan is that I need to make a Google form for it. We could do that now. Now that I think about it, maybe I should do that now before I fucking forget. But yeah, I'll be making you a little fish and I will ship it to you. So, will I lose money on shipping? Probably, but that's not the point because it's the season of fucking giving. You know? Let's make a Google form. Let's make a Google. I have a stream thing. Oh, they changed it. I don't like it. Wait, stream stuff. New. Let's make a Google Doc. Google form. Get flashbanged. I'm sorry. Fish. Milk Clubs. Fish. Miss. 2025. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for being part of the community and gifting subs 5 minimum. Because I'm like asking for subs. Because I don't like asking for subs. But it will help with shipping. Especially because like some of you aren't in the US. And I don't want to be like I can't ship to the US. Can I add an image? Add image. For now, let me think. For now, I'm just gonna put this image so that way I can like see it. Okay. 5 minimum. best to ship them out all at once. Maybe a little before you receive them, but you will be updated as I create them. Flamarion, Flame Roron, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. That means a lot to me. Do you know what else that means? Holy shit, do you know what else that means? That means this. That means I take your cute little name that I probably pronounced wrong, and I apologize, and I put it on this list. Put it on this list, and you know what that means? Do you know what that means? That means that I make you a special little sub-charm that I will only be doing until March. March, I think, is I decided how long I'm going to be doing this for. Do I not have the new one? Do I not have the new one? Sweats nervously. They don't look like this anymore. They do look a bit different. But you get your name and you get a little good luck norige, which is a good luck charm, a Korean good luck charm, and it'll have your name on it. And yeah, and it'll be colored and it'll have your name on it. I'm the blue one. They are the blue one. Buster is the blue one. The one next to Buster is Vex though. So I'm surprised I don't have. No, I don't have the new one. I don't think I think I have it in Unreal Engine, but I don't have a screenshot of it, maybe? I might have a screenshot of it. Oh. Okay. It might have been a while. I must be back in a little bit. Need to turn brain off for a moment. If I miss you tonight, I hope you have a good one. I look forward to coming back for more streams. I appreciate you so much, Nixie. Have a wonderful night. And yes, please go rest. Your health is the most important to me. So, like, go chill out. Do not worry about us. Oh, here it is. I took a screenshot of it. Yeah, so they look like... Oh, Jesus. It's because it's a screenshot. But they're all lined up here. And they look like this. I believe. Oh, yellow? Did I do the yellow one? Thank you, especially with your impressionable followers. I think I did this one. I think I did these color sets. But yeah. And if you... That was supposed to be searching for the heart emote. Fair. But yeah. If you give, and also it has a fun thing that, like, if you, the random here in my sentence. If you gift bits, you get like a little bit charm, and if you gift subs, you get this little moon charm. And tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 for the colors. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is like slowly dying. Slowly but surely dying. Next to them. I wanted presentation. Vex, thank you for the bitch. Oh shit, Kiwi, thank you for the bit. Free hype train emo. Ooh, thank you. I think you both already have the... Yeah, you have that one, and then I'm pretty sure Vex should already have it too. Vex is higher on the list. Yeah, Vex has it as well. Flame, thank you for the bits. I got you. You'll get the bits charm. I got you. Don't you worry. And thank you guys. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Form defaults. I want it to not... Oh, it's up here. Next to them. Why are they like that? Why were they yellow? I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You guys always make me feel awesome. If it wasn't for you guys, I would not be here. Let me tell you that. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Blue background. Blue. Can I do a little like warning emoji? Buster, thank you for the bits. Mwah. Thank you guys. Mwah. Platonic kisses for all of you. Wait. I can make it better. Wait. I can make it better. Hold on, wait. Let me be tabbed into this computer. And then this. and then mwah, mwah, mwah. I would be. You seem like a great person. Thank you. I try to be. I try to be. I could do a shitty cropping of this. I could. Okay, because I don't. I realize I
Baba Booey.
happy to be here. Oh, Baba Booey. You scared the shit out of me. Thank you, Kiwi, for the Baba Booey. She is a good person. I try to be. I try my darndest to be. Save. Let me save everything. Okay. Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I panicked. I'm sorry that it was muted for a second. I thought it was doubling and I was very scared. Sorry about that. What is your username? We can listen to the full song because I feel bad now. Pedro, 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 Pedro. Break her brain with the unexpected affection. On God, and then the unexpected Pedro. There you go. What is your Twitch username? False? Wait, what? Copy? There we go. Pedro, 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 Pedro. Discord so I can add you a special Fishmas role for updates and stoof. I need the Discord link that I put somewhere very smart because I'm a very big brain being and I know where I put stuff. No, I don't. Oh, fuck. Oh, there it is. Cool. I got it. What's your Twitch username? Short answer. What colors do you want? What color would you like your fish? You know, Fishmas is kind of a big brain pun because there's a fish symbol for Christians. Bro, I didn't even think about that. Holy shit. True. I didn't even think about that. Yarn kit. I want to see if I can get the swatches from here. I can. Fuck. It's gonna be a lot of work, but trust me, guys, it's gonna be worth it. Meow. Momo, what's the matter, Pokey? My cat's sad, meow. Pictures. Short. Fish are probably one of the more forgotten symbols of Christ. That is fair. That is fair. Alright, I will try to crop this out though because ooh. Oh. Okay. I'll just make a mock-up for now so that way I have it for later. Okay. So this part, this part, this part, this part. You guys don't get to pick the eyeballs though, because I don't have a set of pins or buttons. My buttons are just a random collection of buttons that I own. And so I will do them that way. How many colors do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4. I only need 4 colors. Cool. Like, it really took me a second to remember that it actually is fair. Thank you for the cheek fat, Bumby. How you doing? Thank you for the wellness check. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Is this symbology? What if I want googly eyes? I don't have. Listen, Pookie, if you want googly eyes, you can request it on my throne. And you can have googly eyes. So I currently don't have googly eyes. I don't like any of these, chat. Wait, there are rounded ones. And it's all it away. Okay. Also, great news, my PC is working. Built it all today. Trying to get the Windows on that bitch. Fair. Dude, getting Windows on shit is annoying. But they have the monopoly, so what can we do? I had to go to Sunday school. Fair. Low-key, I was one of those kids that wish I had to go to Sunday school for some reason. I don't know why. I was a weird kid. I don't know. Is there a hotkey for color picking in Vector? I don't know. There's 52. You can install Linux. That's what you can do. But Linux is like big brain. What if we don't have big brains? That reminds me, I still need to post the art supplies in the Discord. You do, because I don't... You told me you were gonna. You never did. Yes. And then... It's 8. 10. Now Linux is small brain. Linux is big brain. What are you talking about? You goob? I need 5 rows of this color. But good job, Bunby. I'm very proud of you. There's 52 colors. There's 51 colors because I'm using one of them. Which one am I using? I think I'm using this one. I think. I was gonna pick when I start it up again once Windows is on. Yeah, no sweat. I'd love to see it. I actually don't know which orange I'm using right now. 7 RGB. Let's fucking go. RGB fans all the way. I think I'm using this one. Hi, gamer. Hi, Gabby. How are you? We are just preparing for a little bit of Fishmas. How are you? Hope you're having a good one. We love you. Ooh, speaking of you, so I have Blind Box that has VTubers in them every month. I'm gonna do you and Naho and Pengi. Is that good, or do you want someone else as the third for the box? Because I didn't know if you guys had like a third person that you usually hang out with. Tired from moving and I miss being on internet. Oh, mood. The internet. I would die without the internet, honestly. Don't know what I'd do without it. I think I'm doing this wrong. We're at blue. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1. And then, yeah, I did this wrong. Boop. 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 Only sad thing is I got to work at 7 and it's almost 1 eve. The song is much similar to the rhythm to Lover Girl. It is. It is. The Lalve song. Is that the? It's just the Lalve song, right? Is the one you're mentioning? Because if so, it is that song. Or it's a cover of it. So. Also, those things are completely honestly. I'm just happy to be in a buying box. Fair. I'm surprised you're not. There's not already figures of your beautiful face. Because Lalve made the Lover Girl song, and they also made the song that they're doing a cover of. 5, 6, 7, 8. Chat. I just realized this was a lot of colors. A lot of colors. To be the one at the new fiction. I want non-fiction. Ooh, I thought I had gotten it confused with something else because the thing in the bottom didn't match. But yeah, I was thinking of it because of the third person image. Oh, they did? That's fucking cool. I would love to do a cover of Lalve, honestly, because I love the way she sings and I love her songs. Like, You know we're gonna be playing her songs for Christmas. These ones were the slightly different colors. And I kept the yellow because I was like, this is a nice fall yellow. Are you gonna organize the colors? Yes. Yes, I'm just color picking them for now. I'm gonna have to number them too. I'm gonna have to number them too. Shit. Okay, hold on. What if this isn't all 52 of them? Or maybe I made too many? Might have made too many squares. Unless I skipped a row. I don't think I skipped a row though. Oh, wait. This one's wrong. Oh fuck. Okay. HOTTOGO. That's like 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 5, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. I think I missed one. Chat, I think I missed one. TTOGO. Gray. Those three. The dark one, that one. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. That one, that one. I missed a few of them, actually. What? What? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Then I skipped this one. Did this one. Oh my god! Hello, Princess Buttercup! Oh my god, we're getting so many raids! I appreciate it. Welcome on in. How was your stream? How was just chatting? I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Hope you had a wonderful time. I am just organizing stuff up a little bit for Fishmas. So I hope you enjoy as we just kind of do some miscellaneous tasks. I found the one I missed. One of the ones I found one of the ones I missed. I think I missed this one. Because it was this one. This one. Did I miss one? Glad to be here. Well, I appreciate you. It was kind of overwhelming, to be honest. Are you okay? Are you okay? I have to mark these off. Fuck. Making a tutorial? No. We got this pattern from Buff Tart Art on Etsy. And now I have to make a Google form because I'm making these and sending them to people who gift subs on December 18th. And I need to make a Google form so you guys can pick your colors. First time going live on TV, on YouTube and Twitch. I'm okay just juggling. Oh, no, that's fair. That's how I felt with, like, that's how I felt with, when I live streamed once on TikTok. And it kind of broke my balls. Not gonna lie. I feel like I fucked up here. I'm a little confused and I'm a little lost, so I'm gonna restart. I almost choked on some of my Crunchwrap Supreme. Your Crunchwrap. Don't choke on your Crunchwrap. I need to eat dinner at some point. I'll eat dinner after stream. I usually eat dinner after stream. Okay. Please give it 3. Do I not have, I'm wondering. Settings. Shortcuts. Vector. No. We want... Polygon 2-star tool. What's it called? What's this called? Color picker? Corner tool, ellipse, round, star, cog, square. Color replacement brush. Clone brush, brush miscellaneous. Tools. Color picker tool I. Okay. Oh, this one? No, this one. Yeah, because we skip one. Do that one, skip one. Because I'm using that one as practice yarn. What hurt you? I'm free! Oh, welcome back. I'm glad you're free. Free from agony, I hope. We kept munching it. Nah, not from Taco Bell. Fuck Taco Bell. It's this really good. Oh, oh. Can I have some? Can I have some? I do it again. How have you been? It's while I've been gone, missing you. That's what I've been. I've been missing you. Wink. But I'm good. Just doing as I do, making videos, making art, doing things. I miss you too. Yippee! But I'm excited for you to move. I hope that it's an awesome, fun time. I hope the kitties are excited. If you have cats, I think you have cats. I'm not sure if you have cats, but I don't know why, but I have this feeling that you have cats. If not, then the pets in general. If you have pets in general. Boop, boop, boop. I want a cat. Do you think you'll get a cat with the new place? Like, after you settled in, do you think you'll get a cat? That's what I did. Like, I moved here to Oregon, and then I was like, I will get a cat. This one. I'm pretty sure I've done every single one at this point. Yeah, I have. Because it actually lines up with the number that I have. Okay, cool. You want my grumpy fat cat? Hey, you know you love that cat. You know you love him. His name is Ozzy. I'm actually saving up to get one, and I think the fact that, oh yes, that is a sign. You have to get a cat. There's no way you can't get a cat at that point. Like, you have to get a cat. Color palette. Okay. I think I have to make it. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think this is like, because I'm going to make one for myself. But I should actually make it with the different colors. Actually, I don't know if it matters. It might matter. I have till the 18th. One is a pretty calico and the other one's a chunky orange cat, bro. Pictures. Pictures. When you get them, pictures, please. Bertu, his name. Bertu's his name. He's a fucking menace to society, a little devil. Hey. That makes him all the more lovable in a way, don't you think? I won't use that font. Let's use this one. My partner has them, and I need to ask him for them. Yes. Yes. Color 3. Color 4. I think I should do this, I think, in order that the thing has it. So this should be color 3. This should be color 4. There we go. And then color 4. Boop. And then I have to color code them. I don't want to. Labels. Labels. And then I'll lock this guy. I have to label these. I don't wanna. I do what do. You use Blinky Star. People think I'm bunky, so I just think I'm free. 2. Yeah, but the move is done. We are just unpacking and we're just waiting for things to arrive to help us organize, essentially. Fuck. yeah. Is this like your first night in the new place, or is this like, or is it like sorry, brain is dying. Is this like your first night in the new house, or have you already like been there to sleep? You go back to sleep. Okay. And then I want all these to be right justified. 2, 3. Not technically third. No, technically third, but this is my first night with everything in here. Essentially, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm excited. I mean, I think it was fun, even though I was like in a place that I didn't know when I moved to this new place. It was kind of fun for me. It was kind of like like a sleepover. It was kind of nice, like a first normal day, I guess. So that's fair. That's fair. It's like oh, it's a little sleepover for me. Sleep just suddenly broke my door down, beat the hell out of me, came out of nowhere. So good night, good night. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Oops, I did this wrong again. I don't know how I do that. Boop. Boop. That's where 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sleeping has been nice. I just miss streaming. Oh my god, mood. Even though like I take breaks on the weekends, chat knows this. Even though I take breaks on the weekends, I kind of miss it. And I know I have to pace myself, because if I don't pace myself, then I'm gonna burn myself out. But it's also like I really like streaming. I like yapping because you guys are, for me at the very least, you guys are like my best friends. I like hanging out, and it's just nice. I enjoy it. 50. You're saying that way. Just saying. If I'm gonna spend most of my time here in chat, you better damn better believe that I think you guys are like my best friends. Has horns, well, so did I. And he wears a suit and tie. 51. I stream like 3 times a week, but when it gets taken away, I'm like, ah! No, that's so fair. That is completely fair, because it's kind of like, it's part of the routine. I think no matter like if you're neurodivergent or not, it's like it's a system, and it's a fun system to have. I follow a Russian art streamer, and they occasionally stream muted when drawing. Fair, but you know, some of us be yappers. Some of us be yappers. We need to be able to yap. Okay, color palette. All right, I did it. Preparation stage color palette is good, and I will miss. I will fix that later. I will like make the final version of it later. We'll go back to the form. Pick a color for color 1. Can it be a drop down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oops. 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I could, but I just love yapping. Also, like, I think there comes a point with certain streamers that I feel like you are as well, Gabby. It's just like, even if we're just talking to ourselves, it's just kind of nice to just talk. Kind of helps your brain flow a little bit. I wonder if there's a number 1. Rating, linear scale, multiple choice grid. No. But it's 2, 3. And it's save. Oh. 2, 3. Okay. Can I duplicate this? I think I could probably duplicate it at the bottom. 2, 3. Oh, you know what I should do? So I don't. Oh, this would have been so much smarter. Oh, well. I was gonna be like, I should pick like a color set to be like. Oh, I need to organize these. I'll organize them tomorrow. A color set for like the top, the bottom, the fin, and the body. But I think we don't have a lot of yarn like for every color. It's like a good handful, but I think it'll be okay. And what's your Twitch username? Please give me your address. I can't send you one without your address. If I don't, I'll spend the entire time typing, which no bueno. Yup. Short answer. I make it a paragraph answer. I don't know how long. This is a drop down, right? Okay, it is cool. What's your Twitch username? Please give me your address. Do I need anything else? The color, I need to know your address so I can send it to you. What your Twitch username is. I guess it could be like, what's your Discord username? Your Discord username. So that way it can be like, so I can, because some people don't have the same username in Discord as they do on Twitch. So, can I save this? I'll save this, change and drive. Okay, cool. Because I don't want to publish it yet, because I want to edit it a bit more. But I think for now, I think Elaine's kind of done streaming for a day, because I kind of gotta use the restroom. I'm kind of hungry. Kind of want to go to bed. So I think we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid. Who are we gonna go raid? Is it stuck? I think it was stuck. Oop. What's that? You guys want to go to Gore? Gore's doing art stuff. Gore's doing art stuff. Maybe how to contact, like email or other socials, since not everyone has Discord. Ooh. Ooh. Fuck. Hold on, that's actually really smart. Have a nice food rest. Thank you. If you please don't have Discord, please give me your email. Okay, cool. Thanks for staying. Thanks for hanging out. Are you VTuber if you want? Yeah, if you want. Yeah, you want to shed them on in here? You want to put them on in here? Look, they're playing, making cute Pokemon art. Look at this, so cute. It's very cute. Gimme. I'm always down for new people. Give, Kiwi, give. Pumpkin unicorn. I feel like I've seen this name before. I feel like I've seen this person before. Ooh, bet. We're gonna do the thing that we always do, which is we follow them, and they're gonna be like, yo, yeah, and they're gonna chat about it. Maybe. Unless they're muted. Are they muted? They might be. But it doesn't really matter. Alright. But I love you guys, and thank you for hanging out with me. Have fun with Pumpkin Unicorn. I love you guys so much, and I really can't thank you guys enough for being here. I love you guys so much, and I really wouldn't be here without you. Remember, be goober, be better, and here is the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. Have a great night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. I love you.